Hi, welcome to the Calamity, everybody. Things are bleak, but not so bleak. Last session, you guys sort of began to fall in the routine of living your lives during a siege, routine of all of that. All of you having gained new responsibilities around the city. Some of you have been called upon to affect morale, raise hope. Others of you have been called upon to root out corruption. Others information, others rebuild, take care of the world, and so much for you all to do. And each one of you has a job that does determine lives. Over the next couple days, some things happen. Most of you were honored with new magical items, each one of you gaining either a relic of holy power, or an item that was wielded by someone of religious significance in a time long ago. Many things happened. Mira began to root out heretics within the city, including a group that has been designated the Fingerprints. Rooting them down, actually found a tiefling, one of these strange creatures, not unlike your old pal Ox, who got executed for evil intentions. Yeah, this person seems to stick by the idea that they want to help people, and that's all that they were doing. They were helping along in the city that doesn't even want their help, but just can't stand by and let things continue to go bad. And, despite Mira's purifier's want to pommel the truth out of this individual, she has elected only simply to arrest him for now. We'll see how that goes in the times to come, to be sure. Hecator met up with Elodie, who has been a thorn in the side of the voice of the Tempest, Thanos. The two of them had a discussion where Hecator spoke about, in a little bit in favor of the voice of the Tempest, of maybe let's not, division isn't the best thing right now, and Elodie staunchly saying, well, I don't want to be around when a wizard decides they have another bright idea. I don't want that defending the people who damned us to a calamity. I don't want them defending my walls. So shit's tough. What is very important to note is that on the 7th day of the siege, Kos was done with all this waiting around. Yosvarda having stepped down as Dawn Marshal of the city, giving the role on to the Grand Arbiter Mars of Arathis. He is the new Dawn Marshal and defender of the city. Kos will not wait around any longer, sort of in a moment of sort of testing strength and, comparing dick sizes. Kos decided, we shall charge and destroy their siege camps, in Ganbataar's sort of wise, tactical revelation. The battle was a success. There were equal losses on either side, admittedly, despite the surprise attack. But many of the siege engines were lit aflame or broken, and thus will stall the bad guys' ability to launch giant rocks at you all, which is super, super swell. Super good news. The bad news is Ganbataar lost his life. As an honor guardsman, he took an arrow that was probably meant for the Khan, that sent him onwards to Valhalla, to Ysgard. But he was turned back at the gates thanks to a revivify spell, but also, more importantly, he saw the face of his god. The Storm Lord Kord looked down upon Ganbataar and said, not yet. Your duty is not yet fulfilled. And with that, the city begins to whisper about the Storm Rider, about he who saw Valhalla was cast back, for he was too great a warrior to be spent in this battle yet. The people speak of this. The priests do not try and stop that in any measure. In fact, they are certainly amping up those words, and now the city speaks not only of angels with swords of light and so on, but also of a Storm Rider, fast as the lightning itself. And as we pick up today, at the end of the 8th day of the siege, um, as you guys have found your way back, once again, I think, I don't want to speak for her too much, but you probably find that Leah, just like the last couple of days since the acquiring of your magical items, seems to just be immediately disappearing off to her room. With like she's got all these papers and pages and inks and stuff now, and it's just kind of been sort of vanishing into her room as quick as you see her, becoming a little bit more reclusive. Um, but either way, you guys kind of trudge back after a very long day. You guys are probably working 12, 14, 16-hour shifts. You're very important, which means you don't get to have a lot of sleep. There's a double-edged sword to being valuable, unfortunately. Um, However, you are going to hear some noise down the streets. A noise you haven't heard. It sounds like marching, and some of you might, stick your head out to see what it is. Um, and you are going to see um, not a full contingent, but the Khan and a number of other riders of the Tempest Vanguard, elite warriors and members of the Althansian Horde, which is his army from Althansia. So about 20 warriors all sort of approach up to your little warehouse abode. And dismount. Khan says, "I know I have worked you hard today, Ganbataar, but we must celebrate your resurrection. There has been too much woe in the city, and a warrior should honor his victories. If you are all not too sleepy," there's a little chuckle from the Vanguard as he says sleepy, "perhaps you might share a drink with us, all of you."
Now we're talking.
I'm gonna apologize. I'm not fully recovered, so I might be going to coughing fits a little here. Sorry about that. But the Khan sort of, I like this one. All right, parties at their place, and the warriors kind of, and they all sort of file into your mostly empty abode, but they make themselves right at home. These warriors, you find yourself in the middle of sort of like an Athansian warrior sort of, like very quickly there's like hooping and hollering and laughing, and drinks are being poured around, and more mugs that they brought themselves. Some of them are actually nice. Like one's probably like the Khan's cup, and then the other is like that guy's cup, and he's pretty important. But the rest of them are just kind of ramshackled together. So you're getting some new cups, which is cool, and maybe some empty barrels to go with it, as they do bring some booze for you guys to drink with. And they go, "We're saving this for a special occasion. I think seeing the face of the Stormlord is special enough. Wouldn't you say, Ganbataar?"
It was. There aren't words.
Well, for the sake of your guests, perhaps you should try and find some. Tell us of your experience. It must have been something.
Well, there was a great golden plain with flowing grasses and bright blue sky filled with clouds. And there was a magnificent citadel with a mighty ramp, and you could hear the call of warriors at a distance and the sounds of horns and other things. And as I was riding towards it, there was a face that appeared in the clouds, and then there was his voice that said, Not now. Another day. I have work to do. And then I woke up, lying on the paving stones. That's all there is to tell.
Aye. One of the warriors goes, Did he have a beard? Did he have a long beard? They say he has a beard.
There was a lot of cloud. Maybe it was a beard, maybe it wasn't a beard.
Oh.
A beard cloud?
Oh. Oh. Aye.
Because
They all- yeah.
it wasn't like your face or my face. It shifted like a cloud, but it was definitely his face and his voice.
They all ooh and ah that. Noyan Rethmore, who is the warlord of the Althansian hordes, who you know very, very well, is technically in charge. You're the honor guard, so he used to be in charge of you. He says, was his eyes like lightning? They say he has eyes like lightning.
There was lightning in the clouds. Some appeared as he spoke. Some seemed to flash across what would have been his cheeks and his forehead, and yes, perhaps some about his eyes.
About his eyes, man.
The clouds were dark, like a summer thunderstorm, rolling and intense.
Aye, yes. Honor us with your stories, Ganbataar. Stories of the other side. He looks around. I wonder if, you've all been brought together in strangest of circumstances. Have any of you, by chance, died and seen the face of your god? Or maybe just skipped the dying part?
No.
I see him, but I heard the voice of Coralon.
There's attention turns to you. Oh, the Archons. Yes, the Archons. Yes, the god of elves and music. What was his voice like? Was he... Tell us of it.
Oh, it was beautiful. It was sing-song in nature, neither male nor female, and when he came to me and spoke to me, it was during a very great time of need, and he was encouraging and told me not to give up, and reminded me the reasons why we fight. It was very special.
Ooh and ah, that. And one says, what of you, Great Khan? Have you seen the Stormlord? And he goes, of course I've seen the Stormlord. Oh, yes. Is Ganbataar's stories true? He goes, yes. From the time I have seen the Stormlord, it was similar to what Ganbataar spoke. Though he did not speak to me as such as he did Ganbataar. He has that honor alone between us. And there's like, ooh, and there's some gasps and awe about that. The high bearer of the Stormlord has not heard the voice of Cord, but yet Ganbataar has. I have only heard him in the storm, his thunder bellowing, the signs in these ways, the creatures of the air, for that is the voice that I have heard. Ganbataar has the honor of having actually spoken to our great Lord of War. But he is mighty. But I recall he looked much like Ganbataar describes. Great honor. Here's to the Storm Rider, he who moves swift as lightning.
Not swift enough to dodge an arrow, but
tomorrow. There's some chuckles about that. You get some bumps, Ganbataar, from the warrior sitting next to you.
I will become faster.
Oh, I'll make sure of that.
Yes, I prescribe to you 5 levels of monk. Nice. The drinking goes on. You'll look around and says, the Great Khan will look over at you, Mira, and kind of squint and look at you and says, You are the right hands of the Grand Arbiter, are you not? I heard that he has taken a special interest in you.
Yes, I am.
What was your name again?
Mira.
That is right.
The family
Mira.
calls me Mira.
Ah, Mira, the family. How strange to find family in such dark days.
It is the only family I have anymore.
See. Well, perhaps we should drink to that then. To loved ones lost, and may we see them again in the world after.
And to found family.
And another warrior in the hall says, And the ones we stand beside in the thick of battle. And there's a roar. Some people brought that, and everyone has their drinks to comrades and loved ones.
Where's Savarax?
Savarax, in that moment, comes flying through the door. There's drinking. He kind of stumbles, kind of makes his way in.
You didn't come home last night.
No, I was busy. Sorry. That's not me coughing. Some asshole out there. Yeah, I have there's a lot of work to do in this city sometimes. I didn't want to pose. I mean, this is your guy's place. I just borrowed your chair that one night.
Right, so, okay. So we were just talking about family, right? And here's the thing, I almost died, and then you almost died, pretty much behind the same, SOB. If blood makes people family, you have a home here, right?
He looks pretty pleased about that. He kind of, his face is not really built for smiling. It's more kind of ugh, when he smiles, his rows of razor sharp teeth show off, but you're like, okay, I get the gist. He's like, okay, all right. All right. Hey, Red, we're family now, you hear that?
I hear that.
You can be my wingman anytime.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, from the, top bow play that we're doing right now. Anyway, yeah, give me a drink. Hell yeah. And a chair. I love chairs. Didn't appreciate a chair until this siege started. Holy shit. He happily joins in. Someone says, You died? Right. Yes, did you see your god? He goes, no. I thought I just blacked out, honestly. And then someone told me I died, and I was like, oh. Well. I don't see any birds either. Some people say you see a bird. They go, Raven. Raven. Oh, right, yeah, Raven. Right. Right. Well, I didn't see any bird. The Khan will put his hand on your shoulder, Ganbataar, and stand up and says, Ganbataar has been a member of my honor guard for a great long while, and has quickly established himself to be one of my most reliable honor guard. When I meant to move the entire Althensian horde south to Vasselheim, I knew that there was only one man I could trust to run the wilds of Althansia and seek out the distant tribes and allies. To him, I entrusted the most dangerous of tasks, and he has succeeded as he always had, as he did yesterday when he took that arrow that was meant for me. So with that, Storm Rider Ganbataar, I name you Batir of the Althansian Horde. You are a hero now to our warriors. Our honor is in your hands, my friend. And there is some hollering and whooping and applauding. Yes, Mira?
I want to very much, in character, I want to celebrate this. I am so sorry for being ignorant of your culture. Could someone explain to me the honor who's just been done him so we can celebrate appropriately? And I'm so sorry.
There's some chuckling. People continue to celebrate around. The Noyan Rithmore, who is again like the warlord of the whole army, he says, in our culture, Batir is war hero. It is, but not like it is not an honorary. It is he, the honor of our armies lies upon. It is he who represents the heroism and honor of our armies now. The tier may mean to you, hero is just that. War hero.
A truly fitting title for him.
You may add that, I don't know if you're keeping track of your titles, Mr. Stormrider. Batir, Batayr of the Althansian Horde is another title you now possess.
I indeed am.
And the Great Khan says, to you, Ganbataar, my most faithful warrior, if there was ever a boon you would ask upon me and it is within my power to give, you may ask it. Give it.
It is my continued privilege and honor to serve you, my lord.
Listen and hear of your Batir's words. May he be an example to all who fight for the Althansians and beyond. Royalty like this comes around once in a lifetime. And pats your shoulder again. Says, to the Storm Rider, to the Batir of the Althansian Hordes. Cheers and applause and raucous celebration. Tempest Vanguard. Maybe the warriors of the Althansian Horde are a bit more military, wild still, but the Tempest Vanguard, they are wild warriors. They are not people of great restraint, and they holler and yelp and scream like the tribesmen they are. For it is not the way of the Storm Lord to be quiet in times of prayer or celebration. And the celebrations will go on, but the Khan will sit with you all, and he will look over, I think, to you next, Redmond. I admit you will perplex me. I hear such strange things. You are Owlin is the name of your race, yes? Reputed for speed and flight and stealth, yes?
Right.
Yet I hear you are also a creature of great fury, devastation. They say you are like a erupting mountain when you are on the battlefield. I admit, and he looks down at you, and anyone can admit, you've seen the art. Redmond's like a fluffy little owl guy.
Like a little dude.
Yeah, a little fluffy little owl dude. He goes, admits, a bit shorter than I expected.
And Red will I'll sit up in their chair just a little bit.
Puff your feathers up, maybe.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He kind of chuckles. You expect there's no malice in his words.
No, I know. Yes, that is true, but I try to choose to use it only when it's needed.
Creature of restraint. That is an admirable quality. We need warriors of restraint. Though we do also, of course, need warriors of fury as well.
Yes. In these times, yes.
Yes. Balance. And this group seems quite interesting balance. Giants and mages from floating cities and honor guardsmen and very angry owls.
We are just that. A unique group brought together by fate to serve a higher purpose.
Of course, sweet. Well, you'll more quickly build yourself up to be essential to we high bearers who run this army. No doubt we will need that strength still. So, you have my thanks. Even if maybe some of us high bearers are a little too stiff for the words, thank you. How do you all think the war is going?
Is he addressing everyone?
Yeah, all of you. Yeah, sitting around with all of you. If you want to be there.
Feels like the calm before the storm.
But who's calm, do you think? Who's storm? Ours or theirs?
Didn't think about it that way. Could be
It feels
ours.
like
Good.
it feels like an opening gambit. We surprised them on that first part. At least they behaved surprised. The arrogant one. But I think I truly think they expect us to break. We had reinforcements here they did not know we had. And that's frustrating them. I don't think that it's hopeless. I think we're all just figuring out what the stakes are.
Talked to my brother, and I agree with him. The stakes are more than simple lives. This is the Dawn City. This is the king on the chessboard. This is the hope of all mortaldom. And if it falls, so too will the light of hope in the people of the world. I'm sure you, Mira, and yourself, in fact, many of you, can understand the crushing weight of losing your home, your origins. And that is what this city is. This is our common birthplace. I can track my ancestors to Vasselheim, just as you can. He gestures to Yulia, the elves, just as you can. Gestures to you, Hector, the Goliaths. All can track their legacies back to this one city. We all have ancient family who once tread these stones.
Aye. Now I've got ancient family that flies above too.
Yes. It is a welcome sight. An unexpected one. storm bird spirits, but it has been a good omen to those of the Tempest Vanguard. They take it as a sign of the Storm Lord's favor.
Aye. My mother said they were probably friends.
He chuckles and says, "Perhaps she is right. I am not so wise as to things. Your mother is druid, yes?
Aye. Goudrashari.
She would know of such things."
I know that we're talking about I guess not business things, but I had a question actually about the Goudrashari. Hector, if you've a moment, if you could answer. Can they all travel through trees like the way they opened it up so we could get here? Is it sort of a common thing that they can do?
Yeah, some can. It's pretty draining, from what I've heard. Takes an older one, usually.
So
It's a lot of experience.
I know nothing about any of this, and so again, ignorant, but we've recently experienced a shortage of incense and such. I don't know if there are any druids who could travel by tree and go fetch supplies. I know that probably sounds rude the way I put it. I didn't mean it that way. It's just, it sounds rude to ask a druid who could do something that incredible to, build a supply chain. But is that something we've explored? Is that something explorable?
Hadn't even thought of it. Probably could. Elodie might even be able to.
Let's
could
just not
convince
tell
her.
her it's my idea, then. She doesn't seem to like me much. But seriously,
Not.
this siege would change if we had occasional access to get in and out.
Not a bad idea. Could ask.
Could be assured. The Grand Arbiter has surely thought on these matters, I'm sure. There is a balance that anyone must consider between, indeed, taking such high-powered individuals and sending them away for a time to go for resources, having to value resources versus the absence of someone who can cast powerful magics like that. I'm sure the Grand Arbiter has thought well of it. You could bring it up. I shall tell you this. He has kept that wall in better supply than I probably could have. Yes, Ganbataar.
Have the scouting forces seen any supply depots or things that we might raid to steal supplies from our enemy, bolster us?
Oh, what do you think they eat? Can't be
I'm
nothing
not
good.
so much thinking about food, but if I don't have a lot of understanding, but I would think that if they're invoking bad powers, that they must use incense and other tools. If we deny those tools to them and there's something that we can get value of, stealing it from them and denying it to them while giving to ourselves, that would be a way to make the siege more uncomfortable for our opponents.
Yes. This is how wars are won. I agree. You cannot only have a shield, you must have a sword as well. Cut them at the vein. He sort of leans in, as if sort of, bringing into you the circle of his, or circle of thought of his. Says, I will say this. The Grand Arbiter Mars has done a very fine job since he has taken his position as Dawn Marshal. Those walls are very, very well defended and stocked with arrows, and supply lines are good within the city. I admit this. I admit I may have made things harder on Yoss when he was Dawn Marshal than I could have, but I will also say this. Those two are concerned with saving the city. Me? I want to win the war and slay our enemies. Both matter, attack and defense, but only one of those two things can see this siege lifted. This is where the disagreements become fundamental between myself as sounds like you are all getting sick of being cooped up as well in the city. Now, let me be clear, I am making no insinuation that we defy the orders of the Grand Arbiter, nor do I encourage it in any way. Things must be respected. But, that said, when time comes for a strike, for an attack, a decisive one, may I count on all of you to allow boldness to reign, where caution may be more defeating than you'd expect?
I'm currently looking to root out any corruption within our walls. So long as I'm not in the middle of that, I'll be where you need me.
What exactly are you asking? I hear the riddles and circles of talk. I'm just curious, what exactly do you want from us? And will it undermine the Grand Arbiter?
I can repeat myself. I do not encourage the chain of command be defied. The Grand Arbiter's orders be defied. No, this is not what I ask. I do not ask anything specific of him. I only wonder if when the time comes, when a vulnerability is shown by our enemy, when the time comes for bold and decisive attack, can I rely on you all?
Aye.
What if the Grand Arbiter says to not commit to a full assault?
Like I said, the Grand Arbiter must be listened to. So long as he is Dawn Marshal, he must be obeyed.
I think
I
at this point,
think I'm
Hecator
gonna
is. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I'm picking up what he's putting down.
I can't understand, you're lagging hard there, friend.
Yeah.
Why don't you go ahead, Hecator, and we'll give him a chance to...
Sure. I think at this point, Hecator might be a little drunk.
Fair,
He's
fair.
been sipping on these for a while. He'll ask the Khan, why'd your brother give up his spot?
You'd have to ask him. I have haven't much time for social calls. Perhaps he expects the Grand Arbiter will run a better defense of the city. Perhaps it has something to do with the Dawnfather. I can't say. But Grand Arbiter has done a good job. Not necessarily better than Yas, but he has done a good job since he's taken command. Again, question you would have to ask Yas Father.
Is that real?
He kind of leans back and he will, make another toast. And quietly, but unless there's anything else anyone else wants to contribute. I'm seeing some tilting of the head from you, Leah. Is there something you want to say?
Yeah, sorry. I just didn't have feel like there was a good end. But yeah, she would respond to Koss and tell him I'm here to fight as well, and I'll stand with you. As much as I can help anyway.
Good. Good. I'm glad to hear it. Thank you.
And sometimes it's better to ask for forgiveness and permission, and she'll give him a wink.
On this, me and you tend to agree. If anything, yesterday showed, and it seems to have paid off, considering we don't have rocks raining down on our heads today.
Yeah, sounds like the risk was worth the reward, especially since Ganbataar made it with us.
Yes. I did not see one of my best warriors lost in a skirmish such as that. Only the grandest of battles will do to take the life of Ganbataar.
Mm-hmm.
And myself, of course.
Good luck.
Yes, I am out to kill. And at that, if there's no other responses, you'll kind of sit back or stand up and make another toast, and there's a quiet, clear sort of dropping of the topic. He has measured you all for your reliability, and he seems to have gotten his answer, either through acknowledgement or not. And the drinking goes on a little bit. Is there anything that you guys would like to say or do in this modest celebration of Ganbataar's return to life? Savarax goes, "King stand!" And the warriors go, "No, no, no!" And they all gotta, "No!" They go, "We only have so much. You drink too much. No keg stand this time." He goes, "No."
Mm-hmm.
Fine. The warriors continue to celebrate and laugh and holler and speak in their strange language, but when you come around, they'll swap to common, and they do what warriors do. They speak of victories and stories and of their country, and how many of them yearn for a good cavalry charge, a good chance to bring hoof and arrow and blade and saber to their enemies. They await that fight. The Great Khan is a little more moderate, a little bit more political than the rest, but it's very clear that these warriors do not favor the tactics of the Grand Arbiter or Yasvarda, sort of staying behind the wall and waiting. They await a glorious charge into war. Eventually, quietly entering in, but always noticeable, is a large wolf. And so not too quiet does he enter. Purvon Suul, champion of the Raven Queen, enters without ceremony of any kind, and kind of meanders over to the Khan, Koss. He says, "Khan, can I need to have a word with you." He'll look to you, Ganbataar, and he'll say, "Rally your your family. I get the sense you all want to hear this.
I was going to invite the champion to drink with us.
The champion says, I don't drink, but thank you. You guys are kind of pulled along privately. Dawn's echo. And you kind of make your way off into the corner. Purvon Suul, who I will give you the handout for, kind of leans against the wall and says, a rather somewhat informal individual says, there's been trouble about this issue I spoke to you about. Kind of looking around at you, not sure to be honest or not. There's been more. He says, yes, more. Quite a few more, actually. The more we look, the more we find. Pawn nods. Says, you can tell them. It's them I'm going to be asking anyway. Purvon Suul directs all of you and he says, we've been finding bodies. Not normal bodies. In a siege, some people go hungry, disease happens, and people find alleys and abandoned homes to curl up in and pass on to the Raven Queen. But me and my executioners, we've been finding bodies who've been dying a little more strangely in the back alleys. Different ways, but violently. Short blades, so on and so forth. Essentially, I need someone to investigate this. If we have someone running around using the chaos of the siege as cover to go out and do mass murder for fun, or for worse reasons, I want to know why, and I want that person brought to justice, brought to the mercy of the Raven, or more likely. If you're not doing anything too important tomorrow, you say that you're the only real people who see what the rest of us miss, so if you're willing, use your help. And maybe that group that's been attached to you there, Mira, the Purifiers of the Grand Arbiter?
Yes, I was going to recommend I have some thoughts, actually.
We found about a dozen so far. This is a bit of something we want to keep quiet, but it's something that needs to be dealt with quickly. Can't afford for these things to keep happening. You'll see why, if you agree.
Of course. Any similarities on the bodies?
Well, and Khan puts up his hand. Says, such details can be left for tomorrow. You've all been drinking a little bit. And you are... All right, I have been drinking a little bit. And you all deserve maybe a night without too much death and despair upon people's lips. Enjoy the rest of your night. I'm sure you'll get all the grim details tomorrow.
Thank you, Great Khan.
Excellent. I will make sure the proper requisitions are done. We'll be relieved from their duties tomorrow to pursue this. Thanks. Purvon Suul nods, says, yes, thanks. Raven Queen thanks you, Dawn's Echo. And we'll be sure to get a message to your purifiers. They'll be made ready for you in the morning.
Thank you.
He gives you all a polite nod and says, enjoy the rest of your celebrations. I'll be there tomorrow as well. I can't be there all day, but I can at least be there to tell you what I know off the beginning before I go to my other responsibilities. Good evening. The champion of the Raven Queen will slink back into the night with his very large wolf.
Oh, I was gonna ask that wolf his name. I'll do it
Hey.
later.
He was fancy.
Ah, he was. Majestic beast.
Sorry, headset died. Sorry, have a second. Gotta fix my sound.
Who was that was asking that of us?
Purvon Suul.
All right, we're back. Yeah, is there anything else you guys want to do? No? That's okay. Some hours were spent drinking, enjoying yourselves a little bit, and eventually you will find your way to rest in your little abode. Again, your places of shelter are a little meager, but, you know, more than what most people have. The warriors all clear out before you go. The Khan makes sure that there's no... he probably leaves some warriors to sleep it off on the ones that have found a corner to sleep in. He leaves them behind, but he takes the Noyan and himself, bids you all good nights, and takes his warriors' leave. Savarax finds his way to his wooden chair to get some sleep. Yeah, we'll say only like 2 of the warriors kind of get left behind, and Khan kind of like shakes his head at them, like, scoundrels. Yeah, next morning
Can I
comes.
push that table straight?
Yeah, if you want to.
It's bothering me.
Every morning, Hecator makes it crooked again.
It fits the space better on the bias.
Just really fills out the room. We need to
Yeah,
get
you-
rug.
You don't have enough furniture, yeah.
Yeah, a rug would tie the room together.
We would really tie the room together.
Hey, you got a contact there, my man. Maybe someone can get you a rug.
Could I use my divine favor for rug?
Oh, sweet. Rug.
Just a flying carpet?
Wow. Well, we can't use this. There. I'll make it crooked again for next session.
Perfect.
Appreciate it.
Incredible. Yeah, before you go to bed, you like push it into the right position because it is a this is like a hard, like I
It's like
said,
a
I originally
tree.
described. It's kind of like a tree. Well, this isn't like a cheap table. Like this is just like completely out of place. Like the guys who found this took this from probably some rich person's house. Like this is a nice, thick, like hardwood oak table with like little designs on the side of it. In stark contrast to the rest of your furniture, this is like actually a very nice table. And it's heavy. It's just solid wood. Anyway, you won't go to sleep. The Thistle sees more drinking and hears more swear words tonight than probably in her entire life. And that's okay. She's seen worse. The next morning, I'm gonna just roll for who wakes up first. Is there anyone who thinks for a reason in particular that they'd be up before everybody else? I'm specifically disciplined and trained.
I think
Ganbataar
Hecator
is
would be trying to.
an animal guy, so he's up early.
Okay, yeah, what's up? Sweet.
I feel like Zevriel would be up early too, just by nature, catch the sunrise, maybe. I don't know. Even though there isn't a sunrise in currently,
I think that's
because
kind
the
of
ash.
an interest. I think that's a fun, interesting detail to Zevrael as a ASMR is that maybe like clockwork, you awaken at the sunrise, even when the sky is black as it is, and it's kind of difficult to gauge. Even when like seemingly it's still the middle of the night, Zevrael will just
Mm.
wake up, and then half an hour later, the sky will start to brighten because the sun is rising behind the clouds.
So, and I've this might be too far, but I kind of picture him like always knowing where it is, like even if he can't kind of see it due to overcast or whatever. I don't
I'm
know.
gonna say for certain, let's just say some of my players are very, very clever and intelligent, and for that reason, I'm gonna spare that detail so we don't have a perfect tracking system. Eric,
Gotcha.
I'm looking at you.
That's the keen mind feat.
Exactly. So we'll say you rise. You seem to be able to perfectly rise with the sun, but other than that, you'd be like, I know the sun is out. You're aware of that. You know when the sun's out.
Got it. I know when it rises and I know when it sets.
You're like, it's definitely nighttime. You know that. The sun is on the other side of the planet.
No shit. ASMR. It's fucking dark outside, stupid.
But anyway, Ganbataar, you wake up. You go out to tend to the horses and make sure they have enough hay. You know, it's probably not much. You shovel a little shit and fill up some water troughs. You spend maybe a half an hour doing that, and you come inside and
Actually, I do think Hecator fully went to sleep on the hay for the horses.
hell yeah! All right,
You would find
fantastic.
Hecator out there.
Just on a big old thing of hay. You wake up to maybe Hecator's horse like doing the lip thing, like at his cheek, like basically saying, "Get out of the way, I'm hungry."
Oh, eh.
Is
That's your
Mammoth?
dinner farce.
So you do all
Does
of
my
this.
horse
Ganbataar.
use like an outhouse or something?
No, your horse shits where it stands, just like everybody else.
Uh,
So
got it.
I love flying familiar dirty. I love it. He's like, I love being a fine student. You come inside Ganbataar, and you're gonna. You don't usually. People usually aren't up this early. They usually kind of start to wake up around the time of your bath because you've been, doing your thing. You do hear some people talking, and you look over at the table, and you're gonna see Thistle is talking with a man you haven't seen before. She looks very, very happy and bright to be talking to this individual. He is wearing like very nice green, like a green jacket that is like of excellent, like fine make. It is not dirty. It is not scratched or worn. A mage of some kind. He has ginger hair. And he is chatting just with Thistle. You could go over if you wanted to or not.
Absolutely. Good morning.
Good morning. Thistle says, "Oh, good morning." The gentleman turns around. He's probably in his 30s, maybe somewhere around there. Long ginger hair. He's got a number of like rings and amulets, not just for show, but there's clearly like magic to this individual. This is a wizard. And he looks up to you and says, "Good morning. Who might you be?"
I am Ganbataar.
Pleasure. Yes. Thistle, he was telling me. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Darius Balak, the Illuminated. A pleasure. And he will put up a hand to shake your hand.
And what brings you to our place this early morning? Other than the charming company of the Lady Thistle.
Well, You see, I had heard that there were some survivors of Avalir here. You see, I am from Avalir myself, and I am looking for somebody. I was told there was
And
a chance they
on
might be
the
here.
I am from Avalir,
Yeah.
it takes no notice from him whatsoever that Ganbataar's hands go to both hips, and he'll shout at the top of his lungs, Mira?
The gentleman looks a little like, he doesn't look like, whoa. He doesn't really make any sort of gesture of danger. He kind of looks a little at this like, I had heard mages were receiving a rather unkind discourse in the city. I didn't believe it until I had seen it. And yeah, at this point, Mira, you can come down the stairs. Any one of you could come in at this point. That was a pretty broad exclamation.
Oh, absolutely.
Yep. Anybody who quickly comes down, probably not armored, will see Doris Falak illuminated, and you know this to be your former mentor. He looks over and sees you, and visibly brightens to see you in his presence. He says, "You are alive, Lumira."
And very uncharacteristically, she runs and just throws her arms around him and starts half laughing, half crying.
And he accepts the hug and similarly kind of does a disbelieved laugh, and says, "My, what a journey you have been! Look at what happened to your clothes."
You covered us. We were able to get away from the demons. I thought you'd gone down with Avalir. Things were just as bad and chaotic on Cathmoira as they were in Avalir. One of the druids was able to open up a tree, but it appears there was some sort of astrological realignment. It messed with the ley lines. Everything went haywire somehow, and we ended up in the coldest parts of Isilra. We came down from the mountains through the Dawn's Arch and Seaward before we came here.
My, it's an adventure you have been on. And I was speaking to Miss Thistle here, and it sounds, by the way she's described it, you've become practically the leader of a new civilization.
Vasselheim has stood since the beginning of time. Dawn's Echo is in some way responsible for keeping the walls against the demons.
I see. Yes, I've heard you have a little demon problem here. And anyone who wishes to can start coming down, and he kind of puts a hand on he probably at some point, if you're describing of your adventure, probably brought you to a chair that right next to him and sat next to you and listened to your story and said, because why? And listens very intensely to you and
listen.
A tale.
I would love to introduce you to everyone, but there are some peculiarities of the city you must know. You are basically forbidden for using spells over, I think, the second circle without approval. What has been found out about the fall of Avalir is that there was a mage named Vespin Chloris who was responsible for opening the gate to the hills, and there was another mage who was responsible for taking care of an arcane tree. Do you know this individual?
Yes, he was. There was much talk around him in Avalir around the last days. There was some words about him having committed some kind of, I don't know, act of arcane treachery of some kind. I can't be certain, but he was a bit of the talk of everyone. They say he died.
Well, this is his arcane treachery.
Why?
He's responsible for the fall of Avalir and for all the fiends infesting everywhere.
You believe he was behind Avalir? He looks around and sees everybody there, and him being a member of high society, the revelations you have said have gotten in the way of his decorum, but in this moment, the kind of aristocrat comes back and goes, you must tell me everything, my dear. But in the meantime, I've been terribly rude to the members of your house.
Everyone, this is... I told you that my ability to use arcane magic was the result of arcane augmentation. This is the grand intellect behind the work. This is Darius.
Darius Falak, the illuminated Archmage of Avalir. It is an honor to make all of your acquaintances. His eyes will fall upon you, Leah, and he says, Leosotra Willowmite, the daughter of Councillor Willowmite. You survived Avalir as well.
That's right. Thanks to my mom, in fact.
My. And he will pay a respectful... Or says, I believe we were meant to be colleagues at some point. I was a member of the Ring of Gold, an apprentice of the Ring of Gold, that is.
Oh, yes. I was going to be conscripted, but the war happened instead.
The war, I see. Well, it was excellent that someone of the Willowmite legacy made it out of Avalir alive. Such a exemplary line of magic. It would be a shame for it to have all ended. It's excellent that you have made it out alive. It's an honor to see.
How did you get out?
Teleportation, my dear. Well, there's a difference between intelligence and wisdom. Though we have much intelligence in Avalir, it was quite clear to me that Avalir wasn't surviving the next day. I was not going to stick around to find out if, there was a chance on a lucky star or not. So I left and teleported to some friends in Zemnia's and then conducted an arcane investigation to try and track down Mira.
I bet your mom knows that spell, Leah. I bet your mom knows how to teleport too. Maybe your mom got out too.
It's possible if she were wearing some kind of non-detection enchantment. I spread the news to Zemnius and they put out divination feelers to try and track down some relevant members of governance and survival and whatnot. There are not many to speak of. It is, of course, my hope that such a thing has happened. I was not keeping track of that specifically, however. I will be sure to pass the word along in certain circles. Well, why don't you come with us? Perhaps you might be able to track down Avalir survivors, perhaps even if you have parents or relatives in other arcane cities.
You mean leave Vasselheim?
Well, of course. You don't wish to stay here, do you?
Well, I've been tasked with some important work. I couldn't imagine setting it aside.
I don't know if you noticed, my dear, there's an army out there attempting to kill you.
And kill me it might, I suppose.
Oh, well, the loss of Avalir was devastating, but we must not give in to despair. You may yet survive, retain what is... Your family surely has a coin, perhaps stored in insurance policies in other Froden cities. You could perhaps rebuild a life somewhere. You don't need to stay here and die.
Not despair. It's acceptance. I've taken a responsibility here, and well, I think what I'm doing is important.
I see. Well,
You intend to take Mira away?
Well, he looks over to the mirror and says, well, kind of looking expectantly, you know that it's very clear he has come here with just like no thought in his mind that like he thinks he's here rescuing. It's very clear at this point. He thinks he's here rescuing you, and of course would rescue Leah. And maybe even rescue your party. He has enough spell power, surely, to do so. He can teleport. But he looks to you kind of without any look in his eye, that you would want to leave dying in some backwater city. Well, not backwater city, but, dying in a city.
Those creatures are responsible for destroying my home. I will evict every single one of them from this plane. It is literally all I think about. And she's seething with anger. I can't leave.
And it is surely that something that must be done. Word has already begun to spread that Aor has... Well, everyone knows of Aor and its defenses. Something must be done to keep the evil of the gods at bay, of course. We cannot have another power there.
Those things at our gates are fiends, they're not gods.
No, they're commanded by the gods. Yes?
No.
Isn't that how the religions work? Is good gods and bad gods, and the bad gods command, things that did this to Avalir? It is they who must be kept at bay. There's ever a time for the work of the mages to measure in the gods' power, deny them, defend against them. These things have only become even more important.
I think they were kept at bay just fine.
I have a question, actually. And it's something I've always wondered. And I ask it, having struggled with this. Power is power. A sword or an axe, both are blades. Magic is magic. What matters the source? It's a weapon. It's a tool to be used. Why does it matter? Why?
You seem sort of...
I don't...
lean back with the arrogance that he's always had of, I get to be the teacher now, He says, well, power isn't power. And amongst mortals, we all know Arcana is the best power to be utilized by mortaldom. Divine power must be accessed through the gods and can only be used in measurement by the will of the gods. And a sword, a shield, a suit of armor, these things cannot stand up to the power of a fireball, a bolt of lightning, a weapon of pure antimatter. It is by the power of arcane a mortal may gain the greatest singular power, and it is through this advancement that we may control our own fates. It is only through the Arcana that mortal will find its salvation and its freedom.
But that's so dogmatic. Why must it be one or the other? Why can't both paths exist? Why must we demonize any sort of magic? It is the intent of the user that makes it problematic or not.
No, you misunderstand the discourse. And he looks to you with the look of, you can almost hear him saying, as you always have. You've always had this thing to Arathis, which he's tolerated, but tolerated is very much the word, where he's very thoroughly a mage of the mageocracy and the Arcana and, the progress of Arcana in defiance of the gods. But you've had this, religious thing. He's like, but he says, because divination is used, well, the only people who are able to use divine power are those the gods choose to bestow it in, and they can take it from them at any time. There is no freedom in divination. It is the most dogmatic form of magic there is. Wizardry, sorcery, even the bardic craft. You can do what you please with it. You are free. There is no pact that you must make with a god.
But not everyone can do it. Think about the resources. I'm apparently I've been likened to the first spell of the third circle, or a bag of holding. What you've done is extraordinary.
Indeed.
But there's no way to shorten the process. How is that more accessible than prayer?
Well,
And how many people can pray versus how many wizards can do what you did? Be honest, you can do what you did. Anyone can pray.
well, Aeor wasn't built in a day. You couldn't cast wizarding magics and so on and so forth, but now you are a sorcerer due to indeed my experimentation and creations, which have proven successful. Think of what we could do. This is no time for an educational discourse. Let us away to somewhere more civilized, and indeed, with more continuing our work together, Mira, we might be able to develop a way that those less fortunate individuals who are not gifted with intelligence may become sorcerers, capable of controlling their own fates through the power of Arcana.
I have a better academic study then. In any study, something must be tested. You've said this many times. I am being tested. Evaluate me again at the end of the siege. We'll see how your creation manages in battle.
The end of the siege. You are aware how sieges end, don't you? I know we don't have many. We don't study war history in Avalir, but typically at the end of a siege, one side wins and the other fails. And historically, that's been between mortals where prisoners are taken. I don't think that army means to take any prisoners, Mira.
Vasselheim
Because
will
neither do we.
not fail.
Of course, it won't, sir. You insist upon this. You wish to stay here in the lowlands and fight against a army of demons that brought Avalir down in a night?
I will bring every one of them down. I will send each and every one of them back to the hell they belong. I will not be moved again. But I will take extraordinary, meticulous notes of the things that happen, that you will be able to present me to your colleagues. I know your work is important. It has kept all of us alive. I take good notes, you know that.
I'm not concerned about the notes. I'm more than capable of performing the experimentation and dissertation required. It's the life, your life, that I am concerned of. And he looks around at this group of individuals and kind of goes, at least promise me. I mean, I'm not leaving you here in this place. There's too much work we have yet to do together. At least promise me that, when the siege ends, as you put it, the walls are definitely not overrun by bloodthirsty monsters like they were at Avalir. I'm sure Vasselheim is so much more defended. We leave before. There's no heroic final stands. We do not, go native and, do what holy knights do or whatever. We leave and continue the work in a more civilized, more arcane-capable grounds. Is that a fair deal?
I will leave when the siege is over. You have my word.
He looks around at your place, which is, to Mira, like, this is not he's probably never seen such squalor. Very well, I will speak with the mages in the city and begin ingratiating myself with the, I'm sure, very advanced arcane civilization that has flourished in the superstition that this city is held. I'll be around, be assured of this. Remember our deal. When the walls come crashing down, we leave. Do what I can in the meantime. Second circle. Bastard, ridiculous. And he will pay you all a small bow of dissatisfaction, the look of someone who's not used to not getting their way, and will leave sort of shaking his head in the disbelief that he must stay in such a place as this.
Odds I have failed you, Arathis. I will save that man's soul if it is the last thing I do. Okay, so yeah, so that's the guy who did the thing. He's very intelligent.
There is a story told amongst my people about a horse and water. You cannot make the horse drink. You can show it the water, you can bring it, you can let the horse be thirsty, but you cannot make it drink. Show him the water, allow him to be thirsty. Drinking is his.
Do not understand how anyone could see what happened in Avalir and not believe in the gods. My brain I don't even understand it. And yes, he is arrogant, and I know that that's why people don't like mages, and I understand it. But just because someone is arrogant, it doesn't mean they are inherently evil or born wanting to speak to demons. Despite their arrogance and their privilege, we can use intelligent people on our side. I don't want to damn an entire group of people because they happen to be brought up on the wrong rock. We have work to do, yes?
Hey? You alright?
I'm very confused. I'm so happy to see him. I'm so angry. He's such an unrepentant heretic.
Certainly seemed that way. He should be careful in the city.
I pray he is. He is intelligent. And he can read a room. Leo was at the presentation, so she can tell you in the right theater. He's a presence about him.
Well, this must not have been the right theater.
Yeah, so we were going to do something more pleasant, then there's something about examining dead bodies. We should not keep the champion waiting. She's like, gets up and is ready to do anything but this.
Welcome back, Darius the Illuminated! Of all the people to survive Avalir that we wanted to see, it was the Archmage Experimenter fella.
Who's like everything Elodie says, like when you think of just like the platonic form of everything she says.
I need to give you guys your very obvious representations, the personal manifestations of different things of the siege. Darius is the unapologetic mage of power and arrogance, and use of magic to. I didn't plan that little statement about the power of the work of the mages defying the powers of gods is more important now than ever. Didn't plan that one. I like that one.
No. We didn't cause that. That happened to us. You misunderstand.
Yeah, Lumira vomited in her mouth a little bit.
And I'll put this out there. Maybe actually there's a small grain of truth to that, some degree. Anyway, you guys go walking down the city, maybe a little caught off guard, shall we say, by the presence of this proud mage. And you guys know, like, when I say, like, the lowlands and their capabilities, where, messengers to the tribes of Othamsia is done by horseback. Up in Avalir, news and conversation is done over distances every day. They have the magical equivalent of cell phones up there, right? You better believe that even though that they were presented the day before the fall of Avalir, the works of Darius Valak the Illuminated were heard about on other floating cities before its fall. It was probably widely spread about that day, like breaking news or something.
Scry at this time.
Yeah, scry at this time. You joke, but there probably were a number of archmages from cities who scried in to watch Mira's presentation. He's probably well known across mage office.
Oh God!
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You never said anything about that.
Yeah, the first sorcerer to access divine magic. That is a revelation in arcane breakthrough.
Real celebrity.
Oh God! No, we never thought about that part.
The best of the mages. Yeah.
Darius is, sure.
They're a hero.
Especially now that everyone in Avalir is dead. He's probably the greatest mage Avalir has living.
Yeah. Mira's decidedly green.
All of these thoughts probably go through your head, Mira, your head, Leah, and for the other four, he's probably, what an asshole. But as you make your way down the street, you're going to come to the refugee quarter, which maybe coincidentally, but maybe not, is the refugee quarter that was not provided the supply of incense that you had to choose between, Mira, and you chose the water source. It is here you find Purvon Suul. Unlike many of the members of the High Bearer and champions and whatever, he does not walk with any sort of honor guard. He is just there with his wolf Goldrick. And he's talking to a number of members of the First Bastion. You see... Ooh, we're going to start playing all these names from the one Order of the Solar. It's not that. I'm going to get some handouts out for you guys. Envy. Where did I post that? Here we go. Those are the dead people. We need the living people, please. Yes, you are going to see Sergeant Warden Var, is present and speaking with some members of the guard there, alongside Champion Purvon Suul. Sergeant sort of salutes you, Mira, says, Justicar, he's taken doing this, he sort of like hands you like your breakfast, and just like a little pouch or whatever from the ration station. I imagine you're the kind of person who kind of takes off before breakfast too much, so he kind of just, over the last couple of days, has giving you one. You just kind of take it from him. He says, the other purifiers are getting up to date, getting some eyes on the bodies are a little spread out, so we're, spreading out, taking an eye, they should be back soon. Purvon Suul will say, so, good you're all here. And he is going to say, I will waste no time, let's get down to business. We are looking for whoever has done this. This isn't just a series of killings. There's some kind of... We think there might be some kind of pattern. The people who have died are suspicious in their choosings. normally when a serial killer, someone who delights in the kill, they have a demographic of individual they like. Sometimes young women, mostly young women, but this is not the case. Nor is this a high priority targets killing. This isn't captains of the first bastion, or they're not majorly important people, and they're people of all demographic. I'll hand you guys. He'll take out like a list, and he'll hand you guys a list of names, occupations, ages, races, genders, this sort of thing. It's not like anything too formal. It's literally just been like written down on a piece of paper. It's about 12 individuals. Started finding them over the last 2 days. The numbers just started building up, and we knew where to look. It got quite a bit larger by yesterday, and we need to figure it out before anything else happens. Take a look at it, see if you can figure anything. If anyone wants to make... Well, I'll tell you what. You guys have the list. Purifiers will return, and we'll have information to give you as well as can take you to the sites. Purvon Suul will say, work fast. You know, there's a lot that needs to be done in the city, and you all have your own responsibilities I'm sure you want to get back to, so work fast, work quick. Good luck. And the Raging Queen see this person killed by your hands sooner rather than later. And Purvon Suul will go meandering down the street with some pace. Probably has some important things to do. So, question to you guys is, how would you like to investigate? Is there specific things you'd like to look at? You just tell me what your character would like to focus on. Is it, you know, analyzing the corpses for what kind of wounds they have, looking through the list, checking out the locations? You tell me.
Mira would want to look at, actually, wounds and put them on a map to see if there was placements. Maybe check time of day.
Got it. A map is going to be hard to get. Maps are pretty expensive to make here in the lowlands. As a member of Avalir, you're like, what do you mean I can't get a fucking map?
What do you mean I can't get a map? We've lived with a cartographer who's been here for a week. If he knows where the points are, wouldn't he be? Hector, could you make me a map, please?
Oh, right now?
I mean, not just a moment, but you know, it doesn't have to be a great one. I just wanted to see if the places cluster, if that makes sense. Like if there are a lot of bodies that are taken from one place, or that are left in one area. Obviously, they're left in one area. You see what I'm saying?
So first things first, Hector, you can absolutely like grab a piece of paper and a pen and like go over to a barrel or something and quickly make one. And then, you know, we all know how art works. The longer you spend on it, the nicer it'll be. It's up to you what kind of map you want to make here. You just kind of like making a general like 4 circles and calling it a day, or what kind of map do you want to make in this moment, if at all? Or maybe you have your own concern. You can make one really, really quick and go do your own thing, or this could be your thing to do wherever you.
I think he'll spend like maybe 10 minutes trying to sketch out.
Okay. Why don't you make me I mean, it's very easy to visualize Vasselheim, right? It's a mountain, and then there's like a wall, and that's it. So I think this is about precision and about like detail, and I think detail comes out of intelligence. So let's call this an investigation advantage.
Sure. I think too during the process he might be like sending his vision up into Kirei as familiar to like get a bird's eye view and try to make it that way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Natural 20. Awesome.
Woo! You take 10 minutes with it. Yeah, you make like a pretty fucking good map. I mean, this is cartography, so you're trying to like You're trying. This isn't about like artistic skill. This is about detail. This is about precision. And like you make this map, and there are like lines on it where you're like this is how much just like approximately this many feet from this wall to this wall is the width of this district, and then this one, and then this one, and you, like label different relevant buildings like the Radiant Bastion and the Obsidian Reliquary at the center of the city. This is the outer district. This is where our home is. And you come back with a pretty fairly detailed, well-labeled map. It's very comprehensive for 10 minutes. It's pretty impressive.
Sorry, this isn't better. I only didn't want to take up too much time. Hand it over.
Yeah, it's lacking for fine artistic detail, but for what you need, it is more than you could have asked for 10 minutes.
I think you're muted.
As we go through looking at the bodies, we can just like put a little X on the map, and then during the day we'll see if they cluster,
Okay.
or if they create a pattern.
So Mira, you're looking for a pattern based on location. You may go ahead and make me a investigation check to see if there is any correlation there.
I would like to use my luck for that. I was saying I would like to use luck for that.
Yeah, by all means. I'm going to go around and get everybody's investigation in, or everybody's what they want to do in, and then I'll come around and get titles and results. Totals and results. Redmond, I haven't heard from you in a minute. What would you like to do in this little investigation?
Ooh, I don't know. I don't think this is really their jam. Maybe like, cautiously peeking around. I don't think this is not really their thing.
I'll tell you what, the dwarf, you're like, I don't know. You see there's one person amongst this crowd that looks pretty much the same as you. You see with his arms crossed looking a little like, this isn't the pummeling part of life. And then he's like a little bored of that. You see the dwarf member of the Purifiers from Mira's crew. Warden Halehand, looks over at you and goes, well, maybe we could go find some ne'er-do-wells and beat the stink out of them and see what they'll tell us.
You know what?
It'd be illegal.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I'll never get. Yeah. All right. We're going out. What's your name? And you'll shake your hand and you're like, "What's? All right. I want this person." You'll walk out and you'll be like, "Oh, this is great. Hey, you!" And he'll just look at some guy who's like got a hun. Get his ass! Go ahead and roll athletics. You have advantage.
Awesome.
Because he'll definitely help you out. Okay, we'll come back around to that. I'm just going in the order of my screen here. Ganbataar, what is your form of investigation?
I'm actually gonna look for Sergeant Shelley.
Absolutely.
And I'm gonna ask about, any of the eyes and the ears, if they've heard about people who are missing.
Got it. I'll tell you what. Why don't you roll a persuasion check with advantage? Because he'll probably be like, "Oh yeah, you know what? I know a guy who's talking about that. Let me introduce you." And then he'll kind of introduce you, and you guys can have a conversation with some people, see what they know. We'll circle to that. Hector, what do you want to do?
How much time do we have?
How much time you want to spend?
As much as we need. Okay.
Does the party have? Because you guys, before you can leave, you can be like, "Let's meet back here in like 3 hours or something." You can do that. What do you guys feel like?
Yeah. Okay. So I think, maybe a couple hours.
Mhm.
I think he'll probably accompany Mira to the bodies and try to find maybe examine the bodies themselves and look if they all were, stabbed by like the same blade or roughly the same blade. So I can look at the wounds.
Absolutely. Go ahead, and I want you to make a medicine check to examine the body.
All right.
Fantastic. Zebriel, he of the Sword of Light. What is it that you would like to do for this investigation?
Smite the non-believers. No.
I mean, you can. All right, you all find me when you're done. I'm gonna go smite the non-believers. Darius is like, no, wait,
one that
stop it.
it's already in motion. I don't know. Based on that list of people, do I see any patterns? Do they have like bios for each victim?
Not bios, but they do have like their purpose during the siege, their occupations before, age, gender, race, name. So there's a general bio of what they do and who they are. So yeah, you can make an investigation check if you want to try and find correlations in the actual information on the sheet. You're doing your thing here. You can accompany, but you're doing your own investigation, so this will be straightforward. Leah, what are you up to?
I think Leah would talk to people because that's what she's good at. So she would like do some canvassing, go back to like the murder locations and see like who was around, if there's like neighbors or like shopkeepers or anything that would talk to her.
Okay, make me a persuasion check, by all means. Persuasion check. Okay, let me swing around and get some results. Start with Team Mira and Hekator. Mira, what'd you get?
Mira got a 19.
Nice.
And I was going to ask if I could offer Hekator the help action since we're together.
Unfortunately, you're doing your own investigation. Like, while he's looking over the body, you're analyzing. You're looking it over. The bodies have mostly turned up in, like this is, maybe this person's a super smart person and they're being a little lazy because they can afford to be in the chaos of the siege, and how, bodies turning up in alleys is not the most uncommon thing at this point. But, it's alleys, it's, behind buildings, places where people don't tend to go, whether out of fear for danger or, otherwise. 2 or 3 were found in one of the pyre pits, which is essentially like a body burning pit where they do like, mass pyres, so as to stop the spread of disease. A couple were found in there. Maybe someone hoped that some bodies would be piled in on top of them, and then the evidence would get lost there. They're generally around the refugee quarter, so definitely outer district. None of this is happening in the middle district. This is all outer district. This is all happening. I'm gonna mark the map here over on Roll20 to show off where this is generally kind of happening. Actually, not even very fond of that. Hang on. Oh, please. Let's do a little freehand. I'll make it a red. It's kind of happening over here. You see my big red circle on the map?
Mm-hmm.
That is essentially the refugee quarter, where a lot of buildings have been smushed together and tent cities have been put up. That's where it's happening. It doesn't seem to leave there. Any of the bodies on this list are there. They have not been found beyond there. Purvon Suul, apparently, according to the guard, does not think you will find anything beyond there. This seems to be either their dumping ground or their killing ground, both. As for actual like patterns, like if there's like the lines can be brought together to spell something, it's nothing like that. It's not so coordinated. Just like
Oh, no. I was looking for uh, commonalities of space and maybe commonalities in victims. So, like,
got it.
oftentimes similar people will be in it, like you said, refugees.
All right. Well, you were looking for correlations in the location, so I'm going to hold off on information of the people themselves for Zavriel, because that's what he wanted to do. But Hector, what did you roll, and you were examining the bodies?
Yeah, so it's medicine 11. That's what I rolled.
Medicine.
Trying to examine the bodies for like seeing if it was the same blade, if it looked like different weapons were used, or
All right.
like that.
Okay. There is a couple. So with a 10, you're going to examine. There seems to be 2 or 3 ways these people have died, and in similar enough measure, the correlation is brought together by the wound. That's the extent. That's the pattern that was originally brought together. You think that made them go, okay, there's something here. First of which is, dagger. Yep, short blade dagger. So a murder in that way. There is 1 or 2 people with a hole in their chest, and you're like, yep, they died from like that. With a 10, you're not sure exactly what made the hole. It could have been like not a war pick, that would have gone all the way through. Maybe like a really hard hammer hit, but as a monk, you're like, maybe some really, really capable monk did like a fucking punch through the chest thing, but you're not really sure. Nothing seems to have been taken from the inside. It's just kind of a mess. The third way that they died, which is to say that all of the victims either have this chest hole thing, only like 3 of them do. The rest of them died by knife, but this is something they all had in common. They all seemed to have necrotic damage. Like extensive necrotic damage beyond being a corpse, in and around the wound. And I'm going to ask for an Arcana check from you, Hector, on top of that.
Ooh. That is... Oh, I'm actually better at that. 14.
14. Given you're not, you have some knowledge of magic. You're not skilled in magic. You're no wizard from Avalir or whatever. But you don't have a rudimentary understanding of that. You think that the blade or weapons, perhaps, that were used had the same magic on them that caused necrotic damage, and it seems to you like some kind of prolonged curse. Like the thing that comes to your mind is like, oh, like they were attacked, but some of them didn't die to their wounds. Some of them died to this necrotic stuff, but all of them were afflicted by it. That whoever's doing this is cursing these victims, and then they died due to these curses. If they happen to have survived the knife wound, they died due to the curse. No one survived the chest wound, obviously. So that is what you come up. You're like, someone using knives and weird hammers, and all of that shit's like got the same curse on it. So somebody cursing people. Moving right along, we come to an alley where the dwarf's going, you want a shot? And then Redmond gets a couple shots. This guy's like, I'll never talk. Redmond, go ahead and make. What'd you get? What'd you get on your athletics?
We'll make you talk, son of a bitch. 19.
Woo! This one passed out too. Fuck. Take him away. And you, but yeah, you guys knock some sense into a couple of guys. And they're gonna tell you And it says, man, maybe it has something to do with those fingerprint guys. That fingerprint thing everyone's been talking about. And then there's one guy on a 19 will tell you, it says, maybe it has something to do with the stripes. They say that there's some guy around, some wizard or something like that. People don't know what his name or anything. They call him Stripes. I don't know why, they just do. And they say he's got like an evil touch. Maybe it's this guy. I don't know. Maybe he's for all I know, he's the fucking leader of the fingerprints. Just leave me alone. Leave me out of it. All right.
Stripes the wizard?
That's
Is
what
this
they
like
say.
a Rocky and Bullwinkle cartoon to you?
Oh, it's a cartoon! Dwarf goes, don't talk that smack! I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, you guys beat the hell out of some things, and he goes, someone who understands proper interrogation technique. None of that magic bullshit. It's been an honor to work with. And that's what you get out of it, is that there's some sort of street presence, some kind of mystic occult and it seems to be maybe loosely associated with the fingerprints. Excellent.
Is that
Ganbataar.
Dwarf Commissioner Gordon?
Nope. He is most certainly not, but that's a great idea. Ganbataar, you go talk around with Christopher. What'd you get on your check?
18.
18. Yeah. He says absolutely some people are going disappearing around the refugee quarter. People don't care when people in the refugee quarter can't, people have bigger concerns right now than all of that. You guys go talk to some people, and what you gather is, people have been disappearing. Actually, my apologies. People have been turning up in and around the refugee quarters, but the people that they tell you who are gone missing, they're none of the people who have turned up on the list. And they're like, oh, my old ma disappeared, or my kid ran off, I don't know where he went, or whatever. And none of this is really conclusive, but in that inconclusiveness, it reveals something to you in the negative, is that the bodies are being dumped in the refugee quarter, but they are not being sourced there. Which is important. So that's not the killing ground, that's the dumping ground. And I think Christopher would tell you, however, that he says he's going to look into it. He says he'll look into it for you. He says, honestly, if I had to guess, I mean, it's probably got to be coming from the outer quarter. I mean, trying to move a body through from the outer to the middle district, I mean, the security there is way too tight. It's got to be one of the adjacent districts. For all we know, maybe they're attacking them in the Wild Mother's Grove. I mean, there's lots of trees and shadows there. It wouldn't be hard to jump on top of somebody, but I'm going to look around the more urban quarters next door. There's more people talking about it.
And here's 2 additional items for you. One, if it helps you recruit any, the people you recruit, the children you recruit, are children of the Storm Rider.
All right. Hey, if you're sure.
I'm sure.
Okay.
And as you talk to the various people from the refugee quarter, please ensure them that you can get the attention of people who will care if people go missing.
Yeah.
And it won't be ignored.
Oh, you bet. You want to just put your stamp on it. Hey, that'll go a long way. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And he'll shake your hand very very earnestly and say, yeah, no, I'll absolutely put the word out. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant.
And when you figure anything out, you let me know. Because look, I don't do this for anything else but to take care of people. And if there's someone fucking with, refugees and kids, like, we'll do something about it.
Absolutely. I have other people who are looking at other aspects of this.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Well, I got your back. I'll keep looking. And yeah, he's gonna broaden his search. And he might come back to me. Okay. Who else do I need to hit? I need to hit Zavrael. Zavrael, you went analyzing the information on the clipboard. What'd you get on your check?
So I casted Enhance Ability on myself for intelligence.
Sure.
I rolled physical. First one was a 19. The other was a 7. The 19 becomes a dirty 20.
19 is a dirty 20. Very good. Yes, you are, unsurprisingly, most of the people on this list are human, the most varied race in Exandria. You're not terribly surprised. But demographically, it doesn't really match up. Ages are based on, correlating to the different races. They make sense because they all are people who, work. No one on this list is a soldier. No one on this list is just, someone who can't work. These are all people between the ages of probably 18. Yeah, we'll start it at 18. 18 being the youngest by maybe 2 years, maybe more. To 50. So that's a pretty broad margin. These are all people who work, and they all have you have messengers. You have procession coordinators. You have people who are foremans for supply routes. You have people who are engineers from the first bastion, or the bastion defenders. You have wall repair laborers. You have people who process refugees, basically just get their information, who's in the city. You have attendant members of the First Bastion who are ritual attendants, who basically go and see that magic that the mages are using that are on a high level is on the level. They're not doing something beyond what they should be. So these are all things you have. With a 20, you use this magic, and the wisdom of the Dawn Father steers you into understanding that these killings are not meant to sow terror. These are all people of logistical and civil concern. These are people who handle basically the logistics of the city and the supply routes of the city, and make sure the oils are greased or the wheels are greased. Kind of individuals.
Okay.
So that's what you find out. Leah, you did a check. Yes?
Yeah, I got 17.
17. You talk about these people, you go asking around. You find some people, it's easy to find people who, might have known them or whatever, or at least know well enough about, what they've done employment-wise to understand, what's going on with them. Obviously, their stuff is taken and gone somewhere, but what's important to note is that each of these people possessed seals of that got them access to different places you wouldn't normally be allowed to. Tokens of rank, route maps in the city, private route maps in the city that only a couple of foremen would be allowed access to. They would be able to have contracts to secure stuff from reliquaries. These are people who are able to probably have notes on them to identify important, like, civic centers. So these are people who had access to, like, holy or mundane supplies and information about civic information. As you guys come back after 3 hours, this is the information you have. You guys have a lot of puzzle pieces. Gotta put them together. Would you guys like a minute to share initial thoughts before we go to break, or do we want to go to break now?
We can go to break now, and those of us who don't have to get up, we'll just chit chat a little bit, and
Sure.
we'll get some of the chit chatty pieces out of the way, and that way, when we get officially back, then it's easier to move.
Absolutely. Okay, yeah, let's take our break. 15-ish minutes. We'll be back soon.
Cool. I'll stay on audio, but go get some more water.
That was incredibly useful.
Mm-hmm.
So they're infiltrating logistics.
Yeah.
Okay.
But for what purpose?
Well,
Be an easy way to shut a city down because you'd have access to all the interior pieces.
yeah.
Well, it may be significantly more prosaic than that too, though.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the fuck prosaic means.
By that I mean more mundane.
Okay.
Specifically in
thinking
a siege where resources become scant and limited, particularly when you have a whole bunch of extra refugees that are drawing onto it.
Mm-hmm.
Access to all of those things, because you have people, there will be a black market.
Yeah.
And as those resources get trimmed down, certain segments of the population will want to secure, hoard for either self-survival or for profit, depending on where they are and what they're doing. It certainly could be outside forces, but I would think equally likely that it's somewhere internally. I think the dropping in the refugee quarter is a function of, well, frankly, it's easy to do.
What I was thinking.
But if it comes out that these are logistics and supply folks, then it makes an abundance of sense that the refugees who are the most needy, potentially the most desperate, would be very easy to blame, and they're already other. You know, in a us versus them, they're already a them.
Are they them?
In some cases.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really have a motive. We don't have a only correlation, like you were saying, is that all of these people seem to have, in some capacity, the ability, or at least the access to, well, the logistics of the city, which is very important during a siege because all the resources that they do have or that the city has are now that much more limited. So it takes a fair bit of management to make sure everything is distributed fairly enough. I would be curious if and I don't really have much to go off of, but I would be curious if someone that is quite close to the Arbiter found something out about these individuals and has begun killing. I don't know what said thing would be.
Could you repeat that, please?
Oh.
I just need to wrap my brain around it.
Yeah. I don't have much, to go off of in that sense, but I would be curious if it was someone close to the Grand Arbiter that found something out about these people, and then began killing them, but wanted to keep it fairly behind closed doors, fairly quiet, as to not, alert everybody else in the city, and cause panic. So
I guess I don't follow why. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be thick.
Well, because the Grand Marshal, he's judicious to a fault, I would say. Very ordered and everything. So, say he found out that, I don't know, these people were stealing supplies, or these people were, doing something that could directly or indirectly help the enemy against the siege or against us. I think he would be, or as I said, someone close to him, would definitely be an individual that, seeks to handle these matters in a very well thought out way.
But the problem is that it is absolutely not well thought out.
Yeah, that's...
If you're under siege and you've got outer walls, particularly with outer walls as big as Vasselheim is, if you wanted to dump a body and it not be found, you just pitch it over the outer wall and be done.
Do that when you're in the middle of it?
It's not that difficult.
So you just transport a body through a city?
They're transporting bodies through the city all the time. We're under siege. People are dying.
I suppose.
And people die on the wall all the time. Would be very easy to happen, particularly at night. So they've been put in places where they're unlikely to be found, but they don't care if they get found. It's convenience.
What leads you to believe that they don't care?
Because there are better ways to deal with the bodies if you don't want them to be found. If you don't want them to become a point of concern. And the other thing is, if you are under siege and you are moderately ordered. The most efficacious way of dealing with threats of theft and hoarding is to make your reprisal public. On a ship, to use a small scale, you're going to get keel hauled, which is not clandestine. It is absolutely in your face kinds of public. And in the case of keel hauling, usually terminal.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that doesn't much benefit the defense of the city in that regard. You know what I mean?
It absolutely does.
It doesn't do anything for hope.
It's not about hope.
Everything in this siege is about hope.
Absolutely not. In that particular case, it's about order. It is not about hope. It is not a morale thing. It's on behalf of every hungry mouth, you're censured publicly. And it may not be terminal, but you're going to put them in the public stock, and you're going to let the hungry take a swing. It's absolutely going to be public, because that absolutely buys the best mileage, and it sets the precedent of fuck around and find out. Doing it quietly, there's no justice. There's no reprisal. So it is a non-deterrent to be quiet. It is an absolute deterrent for it to be public.
You can't steal when you're under siege. Obviously, we see the things we look for. So it makes sense that Ganbataar would look to a crime syndicate. It makes sense that Mira would look for the demons infiltrating the bureaucracies that make the city run smoothly, right? And right now, we have to put the evidence together with what we know and see what we can shake loose. Now, I
have a thought and a suggestion in that space.
So do I. You first.
The first job that the Khan gave Ganbataar was to help grease the wheels, to get things moving, jump the shark as needed to get things facilitated. With a bunch of logistics people down, there are now bottlenecks that these people are no longer dealing with. Ganbataar has established that he can go and unbreak these bottlenecks. That will effectively make him a target, and we just have to make him an available target.
Ooh, trying to be bait?
That's right.
Okay, so we can also combine that with what I was thinking of. Lumira's got some business at the jail, but one of the things that's going to happen is the tiefling that they arrested needs to escape. And when that tiefling escapes, I'm going to have Thorn follow and watch. One of two things will happen. They will go home and we will know where they are, where their home is, and we can infiltrate from there. Or someone will contact them. But they said that they were working on the docks and that they had a new foreman. So maybe they go back to work and we put eyes on the foreman too.
Mm-hmm.
We can do both things simultaneously. If you think that's a good idea. And that might give us a better idea of where we can physically place you to be the best bait.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Ganbataar might be a bit high profile at this point. I don't know if they would take the bait, but they might. Depends how smart they are. Cursed blades are interesting. Wonder if there's a way to find out where cursed blades could be acquired in the city. Or if there's someone who can make them or something.
Do we think it was a curse or do we think it was poison?
He specifically said like necrotic damage, which is not poison damage.
Okay.
So I assume it's some kind of cursed blade or maybe some other curse.
And it sounded like there was, to pardon the parlance, there was a dot on the folks. Some of them were killed outright, and some of them were killed by the dot.
Yeah. Yeah, the black spot.
Well, it's the old the Long John Silver black spot.
Mm-hmm. Spin around 3 times and spit. I think to Mira's point, though, it would be interesting to try to find where some of these people worked. I think that will lead us to whomever's filled the space.
Well, to some degree, that there may be a commonality beyond logistic and supply in the type of supply.
Yeah. Holy and mundane supplies. Not in the refugee quarter.
And as much as I want to believe that it isn't so, are the more militant members of the Juridic Order utilizing a necromantic thing to once the rumor mill gets a hold of it, it would be easy to blame that on mages.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it could be false plant.
How does the druid get their hands on something necrotic, though?
They have the magic.
Yeah, I think they've got some spells.
There's like one spell I can think of that does necrotic.
Blight?
On a blade.
Yeah, Blight.
Wither and Bloom, I think, might.
Ooh,
yeah,
that's right,
Wither and
it does.
Bloom and Blight.
All
Flick
right.
But that
Blues.
wouldn't be a punch or a hit or a stab. You know what I mean?
Stabby stab.
That's the last thing they saw.
Well,
all right.
A bear or a great ape would
It was the mammoth.
have all of the punch.
The mammoth's been doing this.
Mammoth all along.
Damn, damn, damn. That murderous mammoth. All right. Let's do this. Wouldn't it be something? Because in the modern day, there's what is it called? The Battle Crucible or something like that. It's like the Dawnfather Arena in Vasselheim. Um, I don't know what it's called, but he has like this big kind of like arena, kind of like a Colosseum in Vasselheim in the modern day. Wouldn't it be something that started off as like a mammoth pen, giant mammoth pen, and then that got turned into a Stormlord arena? That'd be pretty sick.
That would be cool.
Anyway, you
Oh, the
guys
Stormlords?
all you guys all meet up, and yeah. What do we come up with? What do we want to do?
Well, I mean, obviously we want to talk to Leosatra as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, but I think what we've decided is Ganbataar's going to do some sneaky stuff and make himself a target, and I'm going to release a prisoner, and hopefully we can follow them and who they work for and see if some of it coordinates. Does that sound about right? Guys?
That sounds like the short version.
Okay.
So. Okay, cool. So Gambatar, you're doing what exactly? You're disguising yourself?
The first job the con gave me was kind of greasing the wheels and making stuff go.
Yeah.
If all of these folks have a logistics and supply core, stuff is not working the way that it's supposed to.
Yeah.
So if I go and make myself visible, getting that ironed out so it does work the way that it's supposed to, that should paint the bullseye target on me.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, yeah, you can check out some of those. Yeah, you would know where to go, so you can go check those centers out. Absolutely. Let's start with that. So why don't you just give me like a let's call it a you're trying to so you're going to these so you're going to these places and doing what again? You're gonna like ask them about it?
Well, go and see. I heard that Bob the Vittler, was missing. Found dead. Maybe yes, maybe no.
Yeah.
But what's not working because he's gone.
Fair enough. Okay.
And then try to undam whatever that resource process was.
Excellent. Okay, make me. Let's call it a. This is a bit about like reestablishing like logistical lines and whatever. So there's like a logic that goes into this. Let's call it an insight and investigation or investigation check.
Yeah, we'll do insight. And I'm gonna take a quickie second and say a small little prayer.
Oh yeah.
And grant myself guidance because I can.
Hey, fair enough.
Not that it's going to be necessary.
Ooh.
Because that was
30.
Yeah, a 29 and 4 for the guidance for a 30 3.
You're about to get some information. You ready? So you and whatever crew members want to tag along and help out, certainly code, of course. For the sake of how well this roll is, I'm just going to say that everybody can go with. The purifiers, I'll say, Mira, you want to potentially release this? Say, yeah, we'll divide and conquer there. We'll go to the jail, talk to the jailers. We'll send someone to the Grand Arbiter and see if you can be willing to do this kind of sting thing, and we'll get things settled for you.
Mira has a specific thing that she wants to do. So the only thing that she's going to ask them to hold off on is actually talking to anyone at the jail right now. Everything else go for it.
Yeah, sure. They absolutely go for it. You go around doing this, getting these logistical things figured out. At a certain point, a messenger, yeah, I guess we'll call him a messenger. You are going to see a messenger come forward. This person is very much dressed, and being shown some animosity by the people on the street, dressed like a mage's apprentice, simply, but nonetheless, a mage. He's going to come up to you, Mira, and says, I have a message for you from Master Darius, sir. Ma'am.
Yes, of course, thank you.
And then he will leave. I'm going to point form it slightly. Essentially says, I have ingratiated, from Darius. I've heard that you're in the midst of tracking down a murder. The mages here have been quite in need of leadership and someone to take the reins in that pursuit. Having rallied up these resources, I'd be more than happy to extend certain spellcraft to help you with your investigation. No one wants murders going around and would be happy to help you out. Knowing Darius, he means it, but there's a certain level of flex saying, I'm already top dog amongst the mages here. They were pretty eager to have someone ready to, defend. Maybe even there's a slight stint of, things are bad here. The mages immediately ran up to me and were like, absolutely help us out because people hate us. Sort of quietly saying, things are bad here. We're treated like shit. Just stay here as long as you want, though, I suppose. But did say, you need help tracking down a murderer? We have magical resources that we can put at your disposal.
All right. Well,
Ganbataar.
I will share that with the others and...
Yeah. Some of it's not so subtle. It says, despite the conditions that mages are expected to work with in the city, they have valiantly defended the walls alongside those people who like to throw sticks and such still these days. In brackets, didn't know we still used, what do they call them, bows and arrows, and so on and so forth. I jest, don't tell the grumpy one I said that. So on and so forth. You, Ganbataar, start going around, and the more you learn, the more you might start to think something, and you go, I'm just gonna have a name generator up here, so I just start throwing names at you that you don't need to keep track of, just to give some flavor to the moment. Sure, we'll use some fucking human names, why not? They go, yes, procession coordinator Jundrik. He was a good guy. I guess he was the head coordinator for the Dawn procession a couple days ago. He disappeared before the procession actually got into motion. Or the Zavriel fellow went up at the head. He vanished, and someone else had to take the reins. It really put a damper on things. So we appreciate the help. Go over to the next guy and say, oh yes, those the supplies for those incenses due to the Grand Arbiter way back on the I think it was the 4th day of the siege. It was really hard to get those incense, and we lost a crate of them, which is I think why only the water supply got the supply, but thankfully it's a good thing that the Mira lady stepped up. someone else says, yes, the ritual attendant who was supposed to go and watch the binding of that Stormbird spirit, he vanished before that could happen. So there was no attendant actually available there. I don't think nothing else went off the hitch. You can usually rely on druids to be well and good. They talk about somebody who wasn't there to like record basically spell usage in and around the healing camps, the healing quarter. They record they say like, the engineering crew that was supposed to, or the foreman for the builder crew that was supposed to help build this section of the wall here. Yeah, he went out, so we really appreciate the help. The section of the wall that Redmond put back together on the fourth day. And slowly but slowly, it seems to be that these logistical individuals were taken out and their plans reorganized by someone else who has been lost to the bureaucracy. Many people, but plans changed or just didn't go through because of these killings. Not exclusively related to all of you, but most certainly related to all of you in some instance or another. The guy who was supposed to arrange Zebrael's procession disappeared, and the route was changed because of it. A couple of messengers that you ended up bypassing with your own messages disappeared. Mira's water thing, Hekator's ritual, a number of Redmond's construction projects, some places Leah has gone and sung to. Not exclusively, but each of you have been unknowingly affected by these killings. That's what you get for 30.
Okay. Well. That's gonna need to stew for a smidge.
Fair enough. The specifics as to how it affected your situations seems to be a little bit random. Like Hekator's ritual had nobody actually watching his ritual, which was supposed to happen. You can't be sure about yours because you bypassed certain messengers to do your messages. So you're not really sure what was meant to happen there, or who was meant to take over, and so on and so forth. Routes were changed, things happened that weren't observed, so on and so forth. Mira, you get approval from the Grand Arbiter to perform this like release and sting sort of situation that you plan to do, with the tidbit, don't lose him. If you lose the prisoner, you'll have to answer for him. Like, you can absolutely do this like little loss and sting thing, but there is an expectation he is at least monitored, if not recaptured, once all this is done.
So she would want to speak to the purifiers and see if there's, like, obviously Thorn can follow him, but do we have other means of watching his movements?
Halftan will say, that Redmond fella's cool. I don't know if he does more than punch, not that he needs to. Some of us have our things we're good at. He can fucking fly, and that takes care of a lot of issues when it comes to observation, no?
I'd rather not get strung up in front of the Arbiter. But I think watching him and seeing where he goes and finding out who his foreman is I don't know that I think this kid has ill intent. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. I can't read it. But he knows the foreman he's working for is new.
Warden Viril will say, my abilities do have some limits. I can do. I'm not on the level, nor do I have the materials required to perform a scribe. But I can, for a very limited time, put shall we say, a magical marker on him that we might be able to find him again, should we need. It won't last for long, but we'll keep him from maybe shaking any tails for at least an hour upon his release.
Excellent. Let us see where our bird takes us.
I will preface, if he does shake us, we can re-find him. That isn't a perfect, assured, foolproof measure. It will still require someone of skill to find him, but at least the trail will most assuredly not go cold for that hour. So, yeah, if you want to track him down.
All right.
I am going to say the sergeant has a quick word with you. He says, now listen, wherever he goes, wherever he speaks to, undoubtedly, a small squad of capable individuals is the best way to go with dealing with it, of course. You are all admittedly more capable than this group. So, if I might make a suggestion, when the time comes to pounce, shall we say, may I recommend that you hold us in reserve, unless you really need something. Maybe we can work containment, make sure nobody gets away, if there's any runners.
I do like that.
Very good. I'll be sure that the purifiers are aware.
Thank you.
With that, the purifiers are going to, save Thorn, who's going to be on the lookout, are going to go to the Obsidian Reliquary and be the primary face of release here. The rest of you are kind of ready to go. He's essentially just going to get left at the gate to the middle district and kind of put back into the outer district, kind of released into the wild, if you will. Bag over his head. No, we don't really need a bag over his head. He knows where he's walking. At least probably through the Obsidian Reliquary, such a thing they do. And as he's sort of released back out into the wild, Thorn can track. Is there anybody who would like to take the lead from this party to track him across the city wherever he decides to go? Hekator, I know that you were our tracker back out in Althansia. Do you have an interest?
Sure. Or I could help Ganbataar if we want to tag team it.
I'm happy to either provide the help action or whichever.
Excellent.
Your call.
All right. Why don't we call you guys Team 1? Thorn, being the bit of a lone wolf that he is, will be sort of doing a secondary follow, so he's kind of like the reserve backup in case, for whatever reason. You guys can either both roll separately or grant someone the help action, whatever you like.
Go separate? Why not?
Sure.
Oh, missed the thing. Well, I hope you rolled better than I did, Ganbataar.
I did.
Good.
All right, what do we get?
9.
9, all right. Tracking in a city is a little harder than tracking out in the wilds. That's fair.
29.
Ganbataar's done it before.
That's better.
A little better. Okay. Yeah, Ganbataar, you definitely took the lead on that one. This is like my favorite music track in Tales of Fire. It's just got this like jaunty kind of like you know, like little kind of mystery, if you will. You guys don't see where Thorn is, but you guys kind of make a quiet observation of this guy who comes out pretty well hooded. What little you catch of his eye, probably utterly shocked he's been released, but not nearly so. Why? You know what? I'll tell you what. I like stealth checks from you two as well. Please and thank you. The rest of the group can follow along, maybe like a block or two behind, or what have you, and or be found later after whatever happens.
22.
Nice.
19.
19. You see the guy's definitely suspicious of the situation. You know, you guys don't really know this fellow's deal. You're just like, oh, we're gonna release this tiefling. Remember Ox? Yeah, we found a guy like him. We're releasing him into the wild. We're gonna follow him. Like, okay. So you don't know if this guy is evil to the core or not. You don't know anything about him, right? You see, he's got his hood on. He looks like a normal guy walking down the street. He does kind of. He's really paranoid. He clearly doesn't trust in this release thing. But you guys are far more stealthy than he is perceptive. And you see, he takes a couple of false turns. He doesn't immediately go to where he's going. He even goes to some places that would make it like incredibly hard for you to hide from him. Like he goes down like an alley. And, like, you know, you guys just do the walk by and see him kind of like waiting there for a while to see if anybody follows him. You might catch Thorn on the roof and he kind of signals to you like where he's going. You guys kind of keep after him. He tries to do some like leaves, but nothing against you guys. You track him to still in the outer district. I'm gonna say way out here if you're looking at Tailspire, way to the northwest of the city, in some of the more at one point which would be considered like the upper districts, if you will. A lot of these buildings, there's some neighborhoods that are all busted up. And indeed, he goes into one of these places that looks like a warehouse. They kind of like corners down an alley, and you hear the swinging of a door, and he goes into this very not suspicious looking warehouse-like structure. There's no lights visible coming on from the inside. Yeah, things look to be suspiciously uninhabited, but in good enough repair that who knows what could be going on in there. Thorn kind of appears from the shadow, this like half-orc Bastion Defender individual. He says, I think this is the place. Should I go rally the rest of Dawn's Echo and the Purifiers for you guys?
Yeah, we'll watch the place till you guys get here.
I'll be quick. And he bolts. Eventually, you guys see Thorn kind of come up to you guys. You're probably hanging around your house. No reason not to. Thorn kind of comes to the door in a bit of a breath. He says, "Get on your horses. I think we got a location. Ganbataar and Hecator are waiting. Let's go." You guys make a riding down the street. At a certain block, he tells you to leave the horses. You guys probably make your way to an alley across the street. During that time, Ganbataar, Hecator, you won't observe anything. There's no lights from inside. There is no loud sounds. There's no real... nothing happens. It only takes the party, like... Thorn moved his ass, and then these guys came on horses. I'll say the party gets there in like 10 minutes. It's pretty quick.
So,
All right.
we don't know what it is, and we're going to look ridiculous if we just bust in there. I would like to have ears inside the place if it's possible.
I could certainly try. Are there like it's a warehouse? Are there the the upper floor loading door type dealios on the outside of it?
Yeah, like if you're looking at Tailspire here, exactly. There aren't. There are shuttered windows. All of them are shuttered, as you would expect at this time of night. It's like evening now. But up here, there's absolutely like a platform where there's a door. You're a capable enough individual. You can probably make your way through that door from up there if you wanted to.
Yeah, let's try that.
Okay. I'd like you to start by making me either an acrobatics or athletics check to find your way up onto that ledge. It's like a second to third story ledge, so it's up there.
That'll be a 17.
17, excellent. You find maybe a couple ways down, you find like a nice, ladder up to the top of the roof, and then you just kind of do some moving across rooftops, and then you're able to do a sort of acrobatic descent and kind of, hang and very quietly touch down. What did you roll on your stealth check one more time? You rolled like
19.
19. Okay. Yeah, well, I'll carry that over. That's fine. Make me a Thieves' Tools check. Sleight of hand advantage to get in there if you have Thieves' Tools.
I do. Yep, I do. I just wanted to double check the inventory.
Fair.
At advantage, that's a 26.
26. You open the door. Nobody seems to be standing around the door. That's the trickiest part. Can't really always guess who's on the other side of the door. Nobody's there. You slip inside, and in the shadows, you're able to look down, and you look around, and you see maybe a dozen tieflings. You see your guy, who's like sitting on a box, talking to a number of them. They are talking in the language of devils. They're going. There's clearly some level of, shall we say, franticness about them. You have the sense that he's telling the story, right? Like, this is what happened to me. I got arrested. I got released. I don't trust it. Some guys probably saying, let's get the fuck out of here. Someone's saying, well, here's some fucking reason why not. The rest of the tieflings, there's maybe like those 4 guys are talking. The rest of the tieflings, maybe about 6 of them, seem to be like moving boxes and craning boxes around the room. If you didn't know better, it looked like they're having a day of work. This seems to be like a supply depot of some kind. They're sealed boxes. You don't know what it is. Food, clothes, you don't know. But it seems like they're putting in a day of work organizing the place. There's like a shipping yard out back with like boxes that were probably left outside. And they're bringing the boxes inside and organizing them.
Okay. Are they organizing the boxes as a defensible space, or are they organizing the boxes as stocking the shelves?
Make me an insight check.
22.
Absolutely stocking the shelves. You see a section of the warehouse they haven't gotten to yet, which is clearly the state that they found it in, and it's a mess. Clearly, like, things have been crazy so much so that people have just been like, get the shit in the warehouse. It's gonna go out any minute now. Gives a fuck. In there, which is probably like 2/3 of the warehouse they've worked on so far, maybe. You got one guy who's like opening crates and like, he's consolidating open crates for supplies. You got some guys who are like organizing them into different, like, food goes here, clothes go here. Absolutely stocking the shelves.
Okay. Uh,
With your
I'm
insight, you didn't know better. It looks like a little bit of almost naive level of like do-goodiness. Like people just finding something to be helpful with. They're organizing boxes. You don't even know if that's important or helpful, but clearly it seems helpful on the surface.
okay. I'm gonna slip back out onto like the little outside porch outside that door and just pull the door mostly closed.
Mhm.
I have seen Hecator use sign language.
Yep.
I have common sign language
Woo!
as a language.
Nice.
So I would like to communicate what I've seen to Hecator.
As far as I'm concerned, you two can now have a conversation if that wasn't your wish. But as long as you're a bit line of sight, I don't have a problem with that going forward. Yeah, Hector, you see it and probably have like he can do. And yeah, you can describe to the party what has been seen.
Yeah, and I'll dump the entire thing. It it looks like, it's just a bunch of guys at work.
Okay.
They're organizing stuff that's in there. You know, he's had a bad day. He's telling them about what the hell he had going on. There doesn't look to be, panic or associated shenanigans. Mostly it looks like a bunch of people just trying to get themselves organized.
I think Hecator would probably sign back asking if you saw any weapons on them.
You would have seen basic arms on them, yes.
Yeah.
Daggers. There may be one guy in there that might be considered like a bruiser, like who takes care of everybody, who maybe has something a little bigger on him, like a maul. Maybe more like a sledgehammer found, but a maul.
Yeah. Daggers, clubs, one guy with a big hammer. Like a sledging maul, fence post maul, something like that.
All right. I think Hecator would relay that to the rest of the party here. What do you think? Cause for concern or bunch of tieflings?
I know this is going to sound ridiculous. You can't help where you're born, and you can't help who your parents are. I'm less interested in the boy than I am in his foreman. He goes to work someplace where the logistics have recently changed. He mentioned there was a new foreman. That's the one I'm interested in.
Well,
It's good to know that this is there. It's good to know that this is here.
Warden Thorn will say, good intentions or not, I'm hard time believing that a bunch of infernals have good intentions. It's hard to believe that this many in one place don't know something sinister. Especially under the cover of night.
I don't disagree with you. But sometimes it's easier to get people to talk when you watch what they do, as opposed to when you're beating on them.
what should we do?
I think we let
Surround the place?
No. If this is home, we keep eyes on him until he goes to work. And then follow the foreman. We know where they are. We know where this place is. We're not going anywhere.
If something happens to one of them, though, they'll scatter like roaches.
Sergeant will say, just a car. This is a warehouse. I mean, it looks like they're trying to be optimistic, which is doubtful. They are moving crates around. This probably isn't their nest. And he's told them of his release. We could be risking them dispersing. They have a chance to round them all up right now.
They haven't done anything worth picking up for except bee tieflings. We will not get...
You are just a car. You're in command. This is as you say, but... Well, my thoughts have been known.
So we take them all, we imprison them all, and then what?
We learn what they know. We use it to track down more, less altruistic individuals of their kind. Whoever planted them here didn't do so with good intentions. They are probably the minority, if that.
Okay.
I understand that you want to do good in the name of Arathis. But part of Arathis is preserving civilization. And sometimes, especially during war, we don't need to do what must be done, even if it doesn't look nice.
I don't disagree with you. But I just need something other than, oh, the trouble of their birth. I will sit here all night and watch this place.
The dwarf kind of moans at the idea of sitting around and staking out a house.
You don't have to.
Warden Viril, the mage, will say, or actually, oh, sorry, the Sergeant Warden Viril is the authority on license. Legally speaking, they are entering into a place where valuable supplies are that is not open to the public, and doing things there. We could arrest them on a number of charges: suspicion of poisoning food supplies, messing with food stores, storage, what have you.
Ganbataar, are these people are these individuals part of the supply chain, as you know it?
That's a question that I don't have an answer to.
Hopefully that's good enough for me. If they're trespassing, then that gives us a cause for entry and to question them. They must be up to no good.
I wouldn't go that far. But if they're trespassing, collect them.
It's important to note that they aren't looting the stores. They are organizing the stores. They are taking something that's the worst run Dollar General store that has boxes all over the floor, and they're putting stuff on the shelves, getting them out of the boxes, getting them organized and put away so stuff is easy to find and get to. Why they're doing it? No idea. Don't speak the language. But if they were up to a lot of nefarious shenanigans, they wouldn't be doing that much organization.
I want eyes on them. I don't think.
Okay. I'll slip back inside.
Oh, also, and she's going to cast tongues on you.
Can it be cast at range?
Oh, you're not there. I thought you'd come back.
You can have Ganbataar run back across the street, and you can do the whole Cirque du Soleil act again and get back. I'm not worried.
Cast it through Cathacy if you want.
Yeah, that's true. I think.
I'll send the owl over.
Cool. Cast tongues. Yeah, it helps You go back inside, and they're essentially saying, "Okay, yeah, let's get the fuck out of here. Like, they could be watching us at any moment. Like, they could be watching us right now, and like, we can't get. Like, I don't want to get rounded up." They're like, "Okay, well, where do we meet?" I just, we said where we meet. He goes, "Right, right, right, right." And it sounds very much like they're getting ready to bolt. Like, this guy's story has spooked them, and they're getting ready to get the fuck out.
Okay. In that case, I'll go back over and hand sign. Come now. They're gonna scatter.
Sergeant says, "Set up the perimeter. Keep an eye on things out here. Make sure any runners get tagged down. Good luck." Cool. I gotta imagine, Ganbataar, you're going through the roof, or at least
Yep.
the top. Yep. And the rest of you guys can make your way through that side door if you want. All right. You guys breach. Put your hands in the air. I can't go back. Says the one guy. And yeah, they absolutely like try to bolt, like 100%. They all try and they're like, every man for himself. They don't say that, but they're like, but they definitely try to get the fuck out of there. Most of them are just dressed in super whatever robes. Upon the door opening, a couple of them clearly like drew daggers, and you guys come in. They go, "Oh fucking!" Like, they try to start running around the room. A couple of guys run up to the one. Imagine somebody runs over fucking bodies. Whoever. Like, you guys are like very clearly militarily way beyond their capabilities. This becomes very much like a cops episode really, really quickly. They have locked themselves in and made only one entrance or exit for secrecy's sake. So someone probably stands by the door while the rest of you guys just start like knocking them down and tying them up, basically. It's not worth doing. You guys do it. There's no combat. They don't fight you. They're essentially like quarter CR fellows, and you're the fucking storm rider all the priests are talking about. You're a literal angel warrior. Like, they're not doing shit. Yeah, eventually you've got them a little bit on the curb. There's the blue and red lights, and you guys have taken them all in. The one guy who got caught is looking super apologetic. Like, can't even look at his fellows' faces. Like, he's got them all caught because he came to them. The rest of them are like either scared or like, you know, resilient on the face, but you've got about 10 of them in the end.
If you could not start with the hitting, maybe just start with the talking, I would appreciate it. And then Mira will cast tongues on herself. You understand the situation, yes?
They are not. They don't respond.
Okay.
They're like intimidated. They've been captured and rounded up, and half of them expect to be executed.
Does one look to be more in charge than the others?
Yeah, definitely. There is one fellow looks a little bit more like dressed a little more smartly than the rest, shall we say. Looks a little bit older. You get the sense that this guy is probably like the foreman, if we would call it that. So yes.
I think we'll walk up to the foreman and say, tell me what you and your comrades were up to in here, and cast suggestion.
Hey, all right. Okay. He looks up at you, and you see a sort of a magical sheen, very faintly, just sort of like wipe over his eyes and then disappear. He goes, "We were trying to find a way to help out the city. We're, the rumor was that the supply depot's pretty shoddy, organizationally. Some of the workers were complaining having to work here. It was hard to find anything, so we thought we'd, use the cover at night, because we gotta hide during the day, and come here and organize the place for everyone, and just help out a little bit, Yeah, blinks a couple times, and as he has described what he was doing here, that is the suggestion, and thus we feel the spell end. He kind of blinks a couple times, not terribly sure that, because nothing in suggestion says that you know that you've had a spell cast on you. So he blinks a couple times, a little surprised at his own forthrightness, but not blaming it on any magic.
Why? Well, why? Why would you do such a thing to help a city that persecutes you?
I'm going to say make a persuasion check at advantage, because he's already spilled some of it, and it might make him think to keep going.
Okay.
That could be an intimidation check if you wish as well.
No, I think she's trying to be persuasive in that moment. 28.
Nobody makes any insinuations towards the guy to not talk, and because again you expect that he's kind of the brain here, like the person who's like, "Oh, I'll handle it. We do the talking together." He says, sorry, question? What was the question?
I just made a persuasion check on.
No, what was the question? You succeeded, but what's the question?
Oh, sorry. I don't know. What did I ask?
Why help
Why?
a city that's trying to persecute you?
Yeah.
Says, because it's just been, everything's been so horrible. It's just been evil. It's been terrible, and people have been dying and suffering, and some of us don't want to contribute to that. I mean, who could sit by and watch all this happen and not try and do something about it? Even if it just means moving some boxes.
And can I make an insight check? Can someone lie when they're being suggested?
Well, the suggestion is ended. We completed the initial
I know,
suggestion.
but his first thing, do I think he could have lied when he first responded?
No, he has to follow the command of the suggestion, which was to tell him. So you can't. He wouldn't be fulfilling the suggestion if he never lied. So no, you don't think he could have. You can make an insight check for what he just said, though.
Okay. Yeah, I will. 10.
10. You know, that's pretty fucking fishy. I mean, it seems like a lot of risk for something very, very little. You remain unconvinced. Yeah, you think there's more to this.
Well, your kind is at our walls, threatening to get in and destroy us all. I'm sure you're here for other reasons than that. And she'll stalk across someone out of earshot that's not that wouldn't have heard that conversation. She'll go over to them and demand to know what they were doing and say that it better match what the foreman just told me, or someone's not walking out of here alive. And she's trying to be very intimidating at that point. She's trying to catch him if she can.
All right. I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna tell you roll me an intimidation check. But in the meantime, I want to check in with I think Ren and Zevriel. We haven't heard much from you two. What are you guys up to? You guys have rounded these guys up. You got this whole warehouse in front of you. Do you guys want to be a part of this little interrogation? Is there other things that need looking at? What are you two up to?
I'd be a part of it.
I'm just watching the door.
Okay, you're just watching the
He's
door.
the muscle.
Yeah, you two are just, you got your feathers all flared up. What are your passive perceptions, you two?
Oh.
You mean
8.
8? Oh fuck. Okay. You're watching the door, but where is the door?
Mine's 15.
15.
I'm looking out the
Red.
window.
Yeah. Considering the Dawnfather. Where does he go when the sun goes down? Redmond, however, as you're like, kind of tagging along a little bit, you're going to notice something. You're kind of, you're keeping an eye on these guys. You're looking around, what have you. You do see now what would be like the true foreman's office. The guys, not the foreman's office. The guys in charge of the warehouse. I don't know what you call that. The warehouse manager's office, I guess. Whatever. You look up and you see that. You're looking up at the top levels, making sure nobody got missed. You do see that door's cracked a little, and then it quietly, but there's the slightest movement of it, closes. In fairness, your party didn't do a very thorough investigation of the warehouse. You guys, everyone was here out on the floor. You rounded them up really quickly. So you see that.
Yeah, I think I would I'd make my way over.
Okay, make your way up and over. On interrogations.
Like kind of discreetly. Like I wouldn't make like a beeline for it. It's kind of like it's like,
Saunter over. Does this nonchalantness involve taking flight and gracefully ascending to the second level?
Perhaps.
All right. Well, someone says, I say, shut up. We're in big trouble right now, so no time for that. You get up there. Leah, what was your intimidation check?
20.
20. Yeah, you're like someone isn't walking out of here alive if that guy's doesn't match you. And they start looking up and down the line. You have this like, I'm getting something now. Redmond, you open the door. It's unlocked. And you're going to see a strange sight. This room's not like the rest of them. All the shit has been moved to the floor. Like, it looks like somebody put their hands on the desk where all the papers and logbooks and ledgers and bullshit was, and put it on the floor. And standing in the room is the most peculiar creature. He's looking over a number of pieces of paper and a map that are splayed out on the desk. And in front of it is this tiger woman. She's dressed in very fine, almost like Arabian-styled clothing. She is dressed very sensually. Her feet are displayed that are like human feet. Not like the animal, crazy, whatever feet, but like human feet, but with tiger claws on the end. And their hands are like reversed on their wrist. And this tiger creature sort of looks up and sees you and goes, Dad. And is going to look at you and is going to say, wait a second. Speaking in the infernal language, fall, down, go, down, slippery is the slope, fall. Make a wisdom save.
Okay, that's not so bad. The 21.
Oh, you feel as these words are being said, within your mind, you hear the words being recited in this tigress's voice, but in infernal, going, and you feel your knees beginning to buckle underneath you as you feel an emanation of baleful command surrounding this character. And you feel dominion, dark dominion coming over you, but you resist it. And you pull back and through from it. And I'm gonna have everyone roll initiative, as I'm sure Red draws arms and this person was gonna do something.
Cool.
Is where Red went into like visible from where I'm standing?
No. You could, I don't mind, you could have moved to be visible if like Red took off and you're like, oh, where are you going? And you kind of just poked your head out a little bit if you wanted.
Nah, that's okay.
Alright. That's the case. Hey, that's everyone by the door. We've got Mira and Leah forefront. We got Red at the door. What about Hekator and Ganbataar? What have you guys been up to inside of the warehouse?
I was probably staying high to kind of watch over the main floor, because that's the easiest crow's nest shot.
Fair enough. What about you, Hekator?
I think he's been going down the line and like taking each person's dagger and it's just staring at it and looking at it, might even like prick his finger with it just to see if it does any weird necrotic stuff, but that's where he's at.
Understood. And the answer to that is absolutely no. These basic defense weapons, they do not look anything special.
Cool.
As far as you've seen.
Alright.
These guys are all tied up. They are not going to be in initiative because they have no ability to do anything at all. What the fuck is this creature? Oh, I guess you know that. Let's have us proper combat. Fuck, they rolled bad. Okay. Rolled garbage. Who rolled a 20 or above?
24.
Hey, 24s.
Hey.
Why don't we have Red at the front, because you're right at the door. If that works for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Got it. Leah, what'd you get?
5.
5. What'd you get there, Zabrael?
18.
Ooh. What about you, Hekator?
Same, 18.
Nice. You'd like to go first, Hekator and Zabrael.
Go ahead, Hector.
Sure.
Alrighty. Okay, Redman. Open us up. This person got their turn. Fittingly, I think, is at the end of initiative. You resist the temptation to follow this baleful command, and this strange, infernal, animal-like creature prepares for you. What do you do?
Ooh, well, I don't like that. And so I am going to use my movement to make my way towards them, and I will simultaneously use my bonus action to rage.
Rage. I like the size
Rage.
comparison here, and who's going to beat the fuck out of who, too, is going to be very fun. Alright, you come up to me and you go, you stop that! I'm going to get you! Alright, go ahead. You go into a rage, you fly in shrieking, go ahead, make some attacks.
Cool. So let's see here. I'm gonna do that, and then I would like to try my amulet. So that is going to be let's see here. Math is hard. $21 to hit.
Oh yeah.
All right, so that's gonna be then 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 points of slashing damage. And then I'd like to expend a charge on this amulet here. Because why not?
Because why not?
Alright.
So you're lighting that boy up.
I am. I just want to read it because I haven't. Yeah, see here. Okay. It says when I make an attack, you can spend a charge and cause your enemy to burn. Okay. And it's 3d6 fire damage at the start of each turn.
All right. The blade goes. The amulet lights. He lights up in fire. Ah! Definitely hurts him. Go ahead and roll your 3d6.
Okay. 4, 8, 9, 10, 11 points of fire damage.
He roars angrily at that, and not like that at all, and is currently on fire.
Yes, and then I will swing one more time.
All right.
And that is going to be 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 to hit.
15 will not hit. You do a good slash. Next blade comes in, and despite their pain, hand reversed as a reminder, grabs your wrist on the inside, and you rip it away from him.
That makes me uncomfortable. And I think, oh, I didn't take my temporary hit points. I will do that, and then that is my turn.
Excellent. Ganbataar, if anyone had a good line of sight on what the fuck's going on over there, it is you.
Can I see what Red's engaged with?
If you run to the left, you will be able to see. Yes.
Okay, yeah, let's do that then.
All right, 25 feet to the side, you look and you're like, what the fuck is that a tiger? Because keep in mind, to be clear, maybe my Avalir people might know about Tabaxi. Other than that, you never heard of a fucking cat person before.
If Red is swinging onto it, I'm just going to shoot it.
Go for it. Absolutely. Do you have sharpshooter by chance?
I do have sharpshooter.
Hell, then you don't give a shit about all the, things in
Stuff
the way.
Yeah. And Red's in melee, so
Yeah,
that
this
works
works
for me.
perfectly. This is some sniper shit when we're here. We love it.
AC 20.
20 will hit.
Okay, so
Look, guys, we're gonna get normal combat. Isn't that crazy? We don't do those.
I'm gonna opt to do bludgeoning damage.
All right. Shot of wind just becomes a torrent of wind, a bludgeon.
Yeah. Looks like it's 15 damage.
15 damage, understood. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. All the damage seems to be going through just fine.
And that's everything. Super simple.
Beauty. Okay. That is going to bring us then to Lumira. Shit's going down upstairs. What are you going to do about it?
Can I get someplace where I would have line of sight on the individual?
Not from down here. You're going to have to haul a little ass, unfortunately.
Well, let me haul my little ass, as you say.
All right, fair enough. You go running upstairs. That's 30. If you want to dash.
I will dash.
30 feet puts you right there. Fair enough. You have a bonus action?
Yeah, flame on.
All right. Arcane fire emulates. Excellent. If there's nothing else, that'll bring us to Hecator. All right, Hecator, it's time for races. What do you do?
Okay, I like all these nicely stacked boxes next to this railing right here.
Hell
Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
We might do a little monkey stuff.
Alrighty. What's your speed again?
50 currently.
Give me an acrobatics check, please. Thank you.
Sure. Pretty damn good. That is 21.
Ooh, you jump over the head of this tiefling who thinks a flying knee kick is coming from him. He goes, and you jump onto the box behind him. You just kick off another foot there. You kick off there. You do like a flip in the air to right yourself, and land one foot in front of the other on the very thin railing here. Put your hand on the wall and just like run down the line. You end your turn right here at the end of the railing.
Nice.
At which point, at a certain point there, you would have seen the creature as you hit. In fact, as you landed on the railing, you would have been able to peek through the doorway and see the creature.
Cool. Okay. So he'll go ahead and bonus action dash
All right, you will easily be able to finish
get
the
up
job.
in there.
30.
If he
You
can
be
get
there
into
for 10.
flank.
Oh, you sure can. You're Hecator.
Ooh. Very nice. Okay, so he sees this engaged with
Yeah.
Redmond. Okay.
You race into the door, and you are very well. This flaming tigress. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. As soon as he sees the attacking Redmond, he's going to go ahead and activate his elemental attunement, have electricity erupt, make 2 attacks.
All right.
That's a natural 20.
Ooh,
Hell yeah. So that is 8 plus 6, 14 plus 5. So 19 points of lightning damage. And I
All
gain
right.
1 charge.
Very nice.
So that's a 7 plus 8. A 15 does not hit, right?
The team does not hit.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Oh wait, no, I've got advantage because we're flanking.
That's you absolutely do.
Beautiful. Even worse.
Oh no. Yeah, you had a really good flank, but this person surprisingly has a pretty decent level of melee martial skill to them. You like zip around them, they weren't ready for you, you punch them once, they recalibrate, and the bracer wrist comes up and deflects the punch. And you're like, oh yeah, we can spot.
Yep. What's wrong with his hands? His turn.
That's the most concerning part. Zavriel, my winged boy, what do you do?
I fly there.
Upon feathered wing, you fly. You will land on the other side of the railing, right there.
I'll
the
just
creature's-
fly as far as I can.
Yeah, you have 30 feet, right?
I think, isn't it more?
No, it's the same as your walking speed.
You mean as a glory pellet?
I don't know.
This is like the ASMR thing. This is the wings. But yeah, it's equal to your flight speed. Who knows? Or walk speed. Your flight speed's equal to walk speed.
Sorry, D&D Beyond. I reckon I'll just stand there.
You have an action and a bonus action left though. You're gonna use it. You can cast a spell through the door. You got a spell list.
Yeah. How far away is he?
He is.
Or her?
Yep, she is. It's all good. 20 feet.
20 feet? Okay.
Yep. They also got allies in range. You have a spell for them.
I'll try to do Compel Duel on it.
Alright, Compel Duel. You cast Compel Duel at the creature, It succeeds the saving throw. It doesn't. You can repel it, and you feel as the magic goes towards it. It's so difficult to describe. It's like the creature didn't allow it. It was just like, no. It didn't give the spell permission to work, is the best way to describe it. Is there anything else? Bonus action.
That was a bonus action.
Okay. Full action.
I can't do anything.
Okay. Dodge action. That will then bring us to Leah Satra. Leah, what would you like to do?
Are the tieflings like looking like they're getting ready to bolt or fight or anything like that?
They're shocked. They don't know what they're like. What the? Like they're hearing like thunderous punches and the screeching and there's battle going on upstairs. They look a little in chaos. They're surprised by the whole situation. I'll let you make a free insight check if you think they're gonna bolt.
24.
21. If they have the chance to get away from, well, also let's keep in mind, you think they're lying. Yeah, dude. If they they're all tied. I'm going to assume you guys did a good job. I'm going to assume that they're feet and arms are bound and they're tied together. They're probably not going anywhere very well, but if they had the means to, absolutely they're getting the fuck out of there. Why would they want to be imprisoned?
Gotcha. I didn't realize they were all bound. Okay.
I'm gonna assume you guys did a really good job.
Sure, I hope so. Great. Okay.
There's a chance, but it's gonna be a real funny Congo line of them trying to get the hell out of there. So.
Yeah. And is anyone left here, or is it just me?
It's just you here on the ground floor. Everyone's ran upstairs. Or flown.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess it's not very cool, but I think I'm just gonna stay here with the prisoners.
All right, keep an eye on them.
Yeah, I don't want them escaping. And
perfectly fair. Perfectly fair. Okay, we'll say that you're just looking real. You intimidated them last time, so they're freaked out by everything, but they're pretty intimidated by you. All right, it's bad guy time. Yeah.
I will hold my action to Eldritch Blast the bad guy if I see him. So I don't want to completely waste my action. If that's
okay, understood. Yeah, you keep an eye on the upstairs. No problem at all. It's bad guy time. I'm going to roll something. Nope. This is stupid. This is probably. Let's see here. What's the move? We're about to be cornered as a motherfucker in a second. He's on fire. You see the hand go towards the table where there's a very clear map of Vasselheim that's been all marked up and a number of other papers there. But as his hands or her hands on fire, you see she doesn't do it. She second guesses herself. Kind of pulls her hand. She kind of pulls the hand back angrily. And I think it's just going to let out like a lion roar or a tiger roar. And it's going to start swinging claws at you guys. Very weird style of doing combat, by the way. It kind of catches you off guard. Even you, Hecator, is really good at self-defense. For martial arts, everything's reversed because their hands are all backwards. So rather than starting up and slashing down like you'd expect, they start down and slash up, and it's what? In the heat of combat, it's a little hard to recalibrate for. This is for you, Hecator. It's gonna be a 29 to hit.
Yep, that'll hit.
That is going to be 7 slashing damage.
Okay.
And 10 necrotic damage.
Ooh, interesting.
You get slashed, and you are cursed, my friend.
Can I try to deflect it?
You sure can.
Okay. That, how much damage was it? You said it was 7 and 10?
Yes, that sounds right.
Sick. That is fully deflected as I roll a full 18 damage deflect, and I'll redirect it at herself.
All right. Yeah, make an attack. Yeah.
So that I think she does DC 14 dexterity saving throw.
Okay. That one is going to be a 22 save.
All right, so she will take nothing then.
Got it. So your hand comes through like a freight train. As the claw's coming up, you like block it below, and your hand continues through to strike. And she like was coming up like this, and then kind of throws back her shoulder, and then replugs in her headphones. That she did while she did that move. And then it's going to take another slash at you.
Okay.
That one's going to be a 19 that time.
That will hit.
All right, that is going to be a little bit more. That's going to be 13 slashing damage.
Okay.
This claw is like the claws are like serrated. It's like inhuman. They're like blackened, serrated, gnarly tiger claws. Necrotic damage coming in is going to be 19
Oof.
necrotic damage. Yep, a lot more that time. Now you're cursed, and you
Okay.
have a little like ding 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 about where that curse might have come from. Last attack is going for you, Red. Here we go. That's gonna be a 14.
Nope.
No, blocked. Block it. This flaming individual is well, does nobody have a bucket of water? It's too bad two of you already ran in the room. You already used your reaction. Go ahead and take a reaction attack, Red. Because we're leaving.
Flame. Let's see here. That is an 18 to hit.
18. 18 hits. Roll me some damage.
Yay. Nice. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 points of slashing damage.
Youch. It's gonna run into the doorway and see you, Zevrael, let it like a to see you. Your presence immediately draws ire from this individual. Is going to not fuck with you. 5, 10, 15, 20, and is going to jump. Go ahead, Leah.
Oh shit. Okay.
Gonna land right there. Rolls the save and lands on the ground with great dexterity and manages to catch their fall in front of the
24 and 25.
Those will hit. Roll me some damage.
Um, 9 points of radiant damage.
9 points of radiant damage.
Force damage.
Force.
I don't know what I'm saying.
You hit twice. The creature sort of stumbles back in surprise, looks at you and goes like, "Oh, you know what? My apologies." The bolts fire at the creature and just redirect in either direction and hit the two walls. They just don't move. And the creature looks up at you, having saw that, and looks at you with a cocked eyebrow despite being on fire, and then lets out like this wide, cynical grin. Goes, you! Now that's unexpected. That is gonna be Redmond's turn.
Yay. All right. So first of all, where'd that go? 4. All right. So that is 10 temporary hit points to you, Hecator.
Much obliged.
Yeah, I can't heal, but I can do that. Okay. I'm gonna use my movement, my 50 feet of movement to try and chase him down.
Boys of real. 25. And then another 15 puts you to there, and nicely into melee range.
Cool. So first of all, you're still on fire.
He sure is. Roll that roll.
All right, so that is another, yeah. All right, 6, 7, 9. Another 11 points of fire damage.
He's roaring in anger.
All right, and now I'm gonna slash him with my sword. That's what? 18 on the dice plus 6 is 24 to hit.
24 hits, rolling you some damage.
Okay, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11 points of slashing damage.
Ow!
And one more.
You're mean.
You hurt.
You're mean.
17 plus 6 is 23 to hit.
23 to hit, that'll hit.
And then 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14 points of slashing damage.
14 points of slashing damage. Understood.
And then that should be it. And you will have disadvantage to your next attack because of sap.
Understood. Sap is going. That is then going to bring us to Ganbataar, who still has an excellent line of sight. What would you like to do?
Well, in that case, I'm going to shoot you. And since I shot you last round, I'll do it at advantage, because I'm vexing that way.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Is it?
Is it
I
true?
rolled two 20s.
No.
She's dead.
All right.
And it's the blunt damage, because that has a knock prone if I roll a 20.
I'm going to tell you guys what. I've been thinking about it long and hard. There is nothing more awesome and dissatisfying than rolling 2 nat 20s on an attack. Nothing. Wouldn't it be cool if 2 nat 20s is an instant kill?
It's a vorpal attack. Just fully behead.
Or better yet, I don't know. I feel like there should be a reward for rolling 2 nat 20s in the same roll. That's what I think. Why don't we... Yeah?
Immediate incapacitation? Like they're unconscious, not dead?
Yeah, nice try. It's true, it's a bit of a double-edged sword. Rolling double nat 20s. I don't know. I'll think on it some more. My point is I think a double nat 20 should get something. Please go ahead with your nat 20.
Well, let's get the save piece out of the way. It's a DC 15 strength save or be knocked prone.
That is a failure. Yeah, he's not prone, for sure.
Okay. And damagey goodness. 3 dice 6. Your sneak attack is 10. 11. Off of the base. Damn it. It's fucking weird nonsense for Beyond.
So, dude.
That's okay. 5 and 6 is 11, and 6 is 17. 17 and 10 is 27. 27 and 18 is 37. 45.
45 damage. Goodness gracious. 45 damage. This guy's officially bloody. You have done some exceptional damage. Well done, as he's on his back, bleeding out blackened ichor. Yikes. Is there anything else?
No, that's everything I can do in one go.
All right, fair enough. Mira, you're up to bat.
All right. Well, I guess I should go
Scurry back
30
down.
feet down the stairs towards the Dexy cat thingy.
Yep.
Who is currently grappled?
Nope, prone.
Currently prone on the ground.
Currently prone on the ground. All right, then I suppose what I will do is take a magic action.
All right.
Put down my staff of alertness.
Okay. What happens?
Well, let's talk about that. There's a whole bunch of light.
You can't benefit from like illusions, right?
It's a +1 bonus to armor class. You can see any invisible creature. Advantage on perception checks. So, everyone's better at stuff and is in bright light.
Got it. Understood. 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 I gotta check something really quick.
Or I could do something else if that's not
No,
appropriate.
that's fine. it's totally fine.
I have a cool thing and I want to use it.
No, you can use it. It's not about that. Man, I need a cheater. Anyway, please continue. Yes, that works just fine.
I can use an older version if you want.
No, that works just fine. I was looking at something else. All right. Okay, protective aura is going. Well done.
And I don't actually think there's anything I can do on a bonus action.
Understood. If that's the case, that'll bring us to Hecator the Speediest.
Okay. So he will be speedy. He will run out, get to there. If he can jump down
Yeah.
right next to the red cart on top of the box.
Like that?
On top of the box, just
Oh,
above
the
it.
box. Got
Yeah,
it.
like right there.
All right. We'll check something real quick. It's 30, call it 35 feet. A little less than DC. It's fine. 30 feet. Roll me a DC 20 athletics or acrobatics check to catch your fall, because that's a 20-foot fall.
That is only a 16.
All right, you're gonna, a little bit in your excitement, you don't quite fall just the right way, and you're going through that box, my friend. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna roll a d4 for something real quick.
Nice.
I was rolling to
What's
see
in
if
the
it
box?
was clothes
What's in the
inside or
box?
if it was something else.
Hmm.
You're like, please be blankets. It's not. It's like food, and you go through the box. You shadow the box. Someone's like, no, I had it took two of us to move that.
That's a lot of
You are-
rice.
That was so much rice. Why is it all walnuts that hurt? You will take 2d6 fall damage from the fall.
Okay.
And you're going to land prone. You take 10 points of bludgeoning damage.
All right.
So that was 30. You have 50 feet. You can
Mhm.
bonus action dash and stand back up if you want to.
Yeah, we'll do bonus action. Step of the wind, even. He'll do that.
Sure. So that's, you have a 50-foot speed. That's 25 feet to stand up.
Mhm.
You had 20 feet left, which means you have 40 feet left. You can just zoom around the side 10 feet and pummel a prone lady if you want.
I think he might stay where the box was, honestly, because he's got 15 feet of reach.
Oh,
So
sure,
he might,
yeah.
he'll just get as close as he need to do 15 feet away.
Yeah, then you're good.
And then, so lightning strikes. So I've got 2 attacks. She's prone, so advantage.
That's right.
Oof, a 1 and a 2. No bueno.
The first attack is going. It's a miss.
And Jesus, that's a nat 20.
Yeah,
13
all
and a
right.
nat 20.
All right, D&D Beyond.
Dice are
Oh,
out
yeah,
tonight.
that's your dice. Yeah,
Yeah. So I've got, so that's going to be 5 plus 8, 13 plus 5. So 18 damage.
18
Lightning damage. Oh, and actually, I'll use the charge from the thing.
Oh, yeah.
So that's 18. So plus another 5, plus another 8 is 31.
31 damage. 31 damage comes down on this guy. Youch.
And I will attempt the stunning strike on that one.
All right, little con save coming in.
DC 14.
That is going to be an 18 to save, unfortunately.
Okay. So she still has, let's see, half speed now. And disadvantage on the first attack, which I think she might have already had.
Half speed, ouch.
Mhm.
All right. If that's the case, that is Hecator's turn. Well done. That brings us to Zavriel. Zavriel, you are up, my friends. You are muted.
I think he'll look down at the creature and he'll say, Sol non spectat olios novem inferno. And then basically he'll just fly down and like half, like as soon as he gets kind of with the trajectory, he'll just use his momentum to just like plant a boot in the back while it's on the ground.
All right. You do so. You swoop down on wings. No save needed because you actually flew to the ground. So that's 30 feet. You land next to them. You have advantage.
I wanted to land my boot on the back.
All right, understood. Yeah, you land, boot on the belly, sword raised. Go ahead.
Yeah. 24 to hit.
Yeah. You have advantage too.
That's 2 24s. Check something.
So it was 24 total?
No.
Okay. Yeah, give me the slot. So are you smiting?
Yeah.
All right. Smite will not go through, unfortunately. Your blade the radiance of your blade dies halfway through the swing. The slashing goes through. Go ahead and give me that damage.
9 damage.
9 damage. As you slash, it like and says, it is very hurt.
Si more retur moritu. And then he'll stab again.
Alright.
Uh, 22 to hit.
Absolutely.
Uh, 10 damage.
10 damage. Slashing hard again. Well done. That will then bring us then to Leah Satra. Leah, the creature is being just pummeled by everybody. What do you do?
Is there like one door in and out? Or like one obvious door in and out?
Yeah, the side door that leads to like the outdoor loading area, that's open. The other door was closed. I guarded, so I imagine it was closed. I'm probably locked behind you guys. So I would say that's the one way in or out.
Great. I'm just gonna go stand in the doorway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Better not leave. All right, cool. Is there anything else?
Like right in the doorway so she can't get around me.
You ran out of speed, my friend.
Oh, I'll dash.
Oh shit, you'll dash. All right.
Yeah.
It's a big door.
Well, I'll try my
But
best.
you're there. Yeah, you're there. You're blocking it. You guys see little stage ballerina elf Leah Satra go.
Yeah.
I got it, guys.
Hey, jazz hands are useful for blocking big spaces.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've trained for this all my life.
Is Redmond within 60 feet of me?
Redman sure is.
Great. I'll call out to Red. Take her out. I think she's almost done. And give you a bardic inspiration.
All right. Understood. Bardic inspiration. The creature on the ground is. You've been butchering this creature. It is almost dead. It might survive Redmond's turn. Might. Nonetheless, as it's laying there, like holding onto the wounds that the slashes of Zabriel, Red is actively getting slashed and grabbing and goes almost like the Joker when Batman's beating on him and he gets punched and there's a pause in the laughter, and then the laughter quickly returns immediately after. And is going to speak out loudly in common and says, you call yourself inquisitors, you fools! One of you is more corrupt than I am! And is going to, is on fire, so certain things will not prevail them. But is going to, so here's the thing. They changed the plane shift spell. Now you can't send people to places anymore, only you can go there. I was so excited to grab you, Zavriel, or you, Red, and literally send you guys to hell. But 2024 has ruined things for me. Unless one of you wants to see if you can beat the challenge of going to hell.
Do it now.
Zavriel is always down. So, dude. You're saying Doom? What about you, Red? Want me to try and send you to hell?
I'm just a little guy.
No, you want to go to hell?
Not today.
for reasons he's definitely not sending music. Maybe you've already been claimed by a certain individual in that field out there. He is, however, going to just cast Major Image. And the area around him is just going to go black. Blinding Redmond and Zavrael. Actually, no, it's just going to be like hellfire. It's going to be like black flame. He's like laughing, and then flames come off. Like, I know I said it's Major Image above table, but in game you don't know that. Just flames going to lick off of them and then just burst and explode. And you two have a moment of like, oh fuck! Like you just got hit by a fireball and then realize you're feeling no heat. There's no heat to this whatsoever. And he is going to say, is going to say, as it clearly gets up and starts running, you can't see him, so there's no opportunity attack. He starts saying, and you hear one of the tieflings say, actually a couple of tieflings start freaking out a little bit and speaking in their language. Go. Was for hand Silver's feet off. Just the little WBS. And the creature, you're going to get 20 feet because you cut his movement in half. The flavor there is that maybe they didn't realize that until they actually got into their feet. But yeah, this entire area on the floor here is emulated in hellfire. Actually, I made it a little too thick. Hang on. So close. We're so close, folks. Like you wouldn't believe. There we go. And that would have had to have emulated you guys. So we're going to make it like that. Yeah, we're going to make it like that. But you see the creature run out the other side and sees Yulia Satra and sees Ganbataar up there, and it's going to kind of like half flaps to a knee, covered in slashes and whatever, and it's like just like looking at Yulia and goes like at you. And Redmond, what do you do?
Oh, that's terrifying. I don't know. Well, I guess
what was a barbarian gonna do? What the hell?
First of all, 5 and 11 temporary hit points to Zavrael, right? That's who's close to me. Who's close to me? Yeah. And you're still on fire, right?
Oh, me? Me?
Yeah.
Little me? Yeah, I'm on fire.
Okay, so that's...
Oh, my apologies. The temperature is very hot. It is just below damagingly hot, though. Like, just barely. It is beyond uncomfortable. It is painfully hot, but not enough to actually scald your skin.
Okay. So you take 15 points of fire damage.
All right. Ow.
Okay.
Whatever.
Whatever.
What's that description you were talking about, Ryan? You take burn damage.
So that's perfect, because that's exactly their hit points. Comes out of the hellfire, is like foot on like the reversed hand, like on the knee as they are there, and looking over at Yulia, going like, while this creature's on fire and slashed up, goes the fire's burning them. They put their reversed hands in the air, and you could swear somewhere inside of that fire, you see hands reaching up, dragging this failed servant down to hell to suffer before they can return. And as they're being pulled down, emulating, disappearing in the fire, you just hear the loud, raucous laughter of this creature. The hell flames vanish, and the tieflings are looking around going, What's happening? What's happening? Sort of freaking out about apparently whatever the creature said before it. Yes, my tongue's person. What the creature said before it's left was, "Goodbye, my loyal slaves. Enjoy the dungeons of the Dark One below." And the tieflings are proceeded to say, "What do you mean? We don't, like," in various ways, are essentially saying, like, "What do you mean? Like, we're not, you're slaves? What are you talking, what are you? Like, what do you mean the Dark One below? What is this?" And they start to freak out at the foreboding of those comments. And as the creature has indeed declared that one of you is more corrupt than they are, and has been burnt away back down to the hell they came from, and you have yourselves 10 tiefling prisoners, that is right, we'll end the session.
Ooh boy.
Okay, so
wanted to do.
the sting was successful.
Yeah. Oh, before we go, you want to see the map you recovered?
Yes,
Ooh,
please.
Yes.
All right, go check out Discord. And you are going to see something that looks like this.
Oh no.
Oh, that's less good.
That's less. Any common that's wrote on it will be exchanged with infernal lettering. And I'm going to put this forth. I can't be too precise with all shit, but very immediately, clearly, the tips of the star point to some locations you're aware of, one of which is the refugee quarter. A specific spot in the refugee quarter, but not important in the refugee quarter. You think that may have been the place where you quelled the riot, Leah? You, Mira, think that might be the place where you found Thistle. The other point is your home. Those are the two bottom points. The rightmost point is where you conducted your ritual Hecator that brought Kire to the land. The leftmost point, what the hell was that? Oh, that's the wall you repaired, Red. Good job. And the northernmost point, you don't know. I don't know what that points to. Points to something.
Gotta check it out. Yeah, that's bad.
I'll write that all down for you guys.
Did they attack the walls next to the mountain the heaviest?
No, they're hitting the front. I can.
But then they
again,
have to go through another wall.
Yeah.
And then another wall.
Well, that's yeah. I can only do so much with what's here, but that mountain spreads out into a mountain range behind them. So while the city is encircled, the reason why that's the least defended is because it's the least accessible, because the back is defended by an entire mountain range. So, yeah. Yeah, so they have not been hitting the back because they can't get to the back very easily. They have been encircling and hitting all points mostly.
Well, good night, guys. Bye.
Right.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Sorry, I'm still thinking. Wow, that's some interesting stuff, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Huzzah!
Insidious.
It is indeed. Alrighty.